What's up, guys? Welcome to Harry Fictional Hub. We've got something special today. What if Harry was raised by Alastor the Radio Demon in hell and returned to Hogwarts with a sinister smile? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The boy who fell. The first thing anyone noticed about Pentagram City was the sky, a permanent bruise of crimson and magenta, shot through with cracks of darker red like the whole dimension was a wound that never healed. The second thing they noticed, if they lived long enough, was that everything here wanted to kill you. The buildings leaned at wrong angles. The streets pulsed with something that wasn't quite life. The denizens were dead, of course, but that didn't make them any less dangerous. The third thing, and this was new, this was only about 10 years old, was the boy. He was walking down Carnage Row with his hands in the pockets of a well-tailored coat, black with red pinstripes, cut to fit his 11-year-old frame with the kind of precision that suggested either an excellent tailor or an excellent threat made to a tailor. His black hair was wild but intentionally so, pushed back from his forehead where a lightning-shaped scar occasionally flickered with green light. His eyes were bright green behind round spectacles, and he was smiling. He was always smiling. Harry. Hey, Harry. A small imp with too many eyes scrambled across the street toward him, nearly getting flattened by a careening taxi driven by what appeared to be a screaming skeleton. Your old man's looking for you. Says dinner's at 7 and if you're late again he's broadcasting your baby pictures on the evening show. Thank you, Nifty told me already, Harry said, his voice carrying that particular quality. A warmth layered over something else, a faint crackle of static at the edges of his words that most people didn't consciously notice but instinctively recoiled from. Tell him I'll be there. I'm just finishing an errand. The imp hesitated. Even the lower demons knew better than to ask Harry Potter what his errands entailed. The boy was polite, always polite, and that was somehow the worst part. The rude ones you could predict. The polite ones were the ones who'd already decided what they were going to do to you before the conversation started. Sure thing, kid. 7 sharp. The imp vanished into a storm drain. Harry continued walking. The demons on the street parted for him, not dramatically, not with the terrified scrambling they showed for his father, but with a casual awareness, the way fish move around a shark that isn't currently hungry. He passed a turf war between two lesser overlords' gangs, nodded politely to both sides, and neither fired a shot until he was a full block away. He stopped at a vendor selling something that might have been food in a previous life, purchased what he'd been told was a close approximation of an apple, and bit into it while turning down a narrow alley that shouldn't have existed 5 seconds ago. The alley led to a door. The door was painted red, but then, most things in hell were, and had no handle, no knocker, no visible means of entry. Harry finished his apple, tossed the core over his shoulder where something unseen caught it with a wet crunch, and said, I'm home. The door opened inward. Beyond it was warmth, light, and the unmistakable sound of a live studio audience laughing at something that probably wasn't a joke. The Radio Demon's tower was, like its owner, a contradiction. The exterior shifted depending on Alastor's mood. Sometimes Art Deco elegance, sometimes a crumbling broadcast station from the 1930s, sometimes something with too many angles and not enough walls. But the interior was always the same, warm lighting, dark wood, the smell of something cooking, and everywhere, absolutely everywhere, the sound of music. Jazz, mostly. Big band. The kind of thing that made you want to dance, if you could ignore the occasional subliminal whisper woven between the notes. Harry hung his coat on a rack made of something he'd long since stopped asking about and followed the smell of food to the kitchen. It was a proper kitchen, copper pots, herbs hanging from the ceiling, a stove that burned with green flame, and standing at it, humming along to his own broadcast, was Alastor. The Radio Demon was tall, impossibly so, his lean frame draped in a red suit that seemed to absorb and emit light simultaneously. His smile, that permanent, too wide, never reaching the eyes smile, was the thing that artists in hell tried to capture and couldn't. His antlers cast long shadows that moved independently of any light source. His eyes, dial-shaped and red, swiveled toward Harry with a warmth that was either genuine affection or a perfect performance of it. After 10 years, Harry suspected it was both. "There's my boy." Alastor's voice carried its permanent radio filter, a slight distortion, a crackle, as if reality itself was being broadcast through him. "I was beginning to think you'd gotten yourself discorporated. Again." "That was one time," Harry said, sliding onto a stool at the kitchen counter. "And I put myself back together." "You were 7. I was broadcasting." Alastor flipped something in a pan with a showman's flourish. "Do you have any idea how it looks when the host's child gets torn apart by hellhounds during sweeps week? You said it boosted your ratings." "It did. Tremendously." Alastor turned, still smiling, always smiling, and set a plate in front of Harry. "Jambalaya, because some things followed you even into the afterlife, and Alastor's Louisiana roots ran deeper than his grave. But that's not the point. The point is presentation, Harry. Timing. You can't get discorporated during someone else's segment." Harry picked up his fork. "I'll schedule it better next time." "That's my boy." They ate together, as they always did, while Alastor's evening broadcast played on a radio that sat on the counter between them. It was a recording, or rather, it was happening simultaneously, because Alastor existed in ways that didn't respect linear time or singular location. The broadcast was a mix of news, entertainment, and thinly veiled threats directed at whoever had irritated Alastor that week. Currently, it was a musical interlude, Cab Calloway, or something that had eaten Cab Calloway and absorbed his talent. "So," Alastor said, in the tone that meant something interesting was coming. Harry set down his fork. "A letter arrived today." "A letter?" Delivered by Owl, of all things. Do you know how confused the demons at the border were? An owl. In hell. Simply refusing to die. Alastor reached into his coat, the interior of which was significantly larger than the exterior, and produced an envelope. It was singed at the edges, slightly smoking, and sealed with a crest Harry had seen in books. The Hogwarts crest. Harry took the envelope. The parchment was heavy, real, and addressed in emerald ink, "Mr. H., Potter the Radio Tower Carnage Row, Pentagram City Hell, they found me," Harry said. "Magic is persistent," Alastor said with evident delight. "I warded this tower against every detection spell known to demonkind and several I invented myself. And still," he gestured at the letter with a flourish. 11 years old, and the mortal world wants you back." Harry turned the envelope over. The seal was unbroken. He could feel the magic in it, different from what he was used to, lighter, less hungry, but magic nonetheless. His magic. The magic he'd been born with, before hell had added its own flavors. He opened it. The letter was straightforward. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. A list of supplies. An acceptance of enrollment. The assumption that Harry had been somewhere in the mortal world this whole time, just out of reach. "They think I've been alive up there," Harry said. "Hidden. The wizarding world lost their chosen one and spent a decade looking under every rock in Britain." Alastor leaned back in his chair, his shadow stretching across the wall in a shape that had too many limbs. "They'll have questions. And you want me to go?" Alastor's smile widened. "Not a change in degree, a change in kind." The room dimmed slightly. The radio crackled. "I want you to enjoy yourself, Harry. I raised you in hell because you fell here, because you were mine to raise, and because I find you endlessly entertaining. But you're not dead. You're not a demon. You're a living wizard with a foot in both worlds, and that," he tapped a claw against the table. "That is interesting. You want to see what happens. I want to see what you make happen. There's a difference." Alastor stood, and the room rearranged itself subtly around him, furniture shifting, shadows deepening, the broadcast swelling to match his energy. "You're my son, Harry. I didn't raise you to hide in a tower. I raised you to walk into rooms and make them yours. So. He spread his hands. Go to Hogwarts. Learn what mortals think magic is. Make friends, make enemies, make a spectacle. And when things get boring, the static in his voice peaked. Make them interesting again. Harry looked at the letter. Then at Alastor. Then he smiled, his father's smile, the one that showed too many teeth and reached his eyes in a way that suggested the eyes were in on a joke no one else could hear. When do I leave? Preparation took 3 days, which in hell could mean 3 hours or 3 weeks depending on the neighborhood. Alastor threw himself into it with the enthusiasm he brought to everything, which was to say, manic and slightly unhinged and absolutely committed to the aesthetic. You'll need a wand, apparently, Alastor said, flipping through a copy of Magical Britain, a comprehensive guide that he'd acquired from a damned wizard's personal library. The wizard had complained about the theft, briefly, before deciding that continued existence was more appealing than book ownership. Ollivanders. Diagon Alley. Quaint. I have my staff, Harry said, gesturing to the short black cane leaning against his bedroom wall. It was carved from wood that didn't grow in any mortal forest, heartwood of a hellborn tree, infused with his own magic over years of use. It focused his power well enough. And you'll bring it. But a wand is, Alastor waved a hand. A costume piece. Part of the uniform. You're going to their school, you'll use their tools. It's only polite. Harry conceded the point. Alastor had raised him on politeness the way other parents raised children on vegetables, not because it was natural, but because it was necessary. Politeness was armor. Politeness was a weapon. Politeness meant that when you finally stopped being polite, the impact was devastating. Robes, books, a cauldron, Alastor was listing supplies with growing amusement. A cat, toad, or owl. How pedestrian. We'll get you something better. No. A small hellhound, no, Dad. Alastor pouted, which on his face was an expression that could curdle milk across dimensional boundaries. You're no fun. You raised me to be fun. I'm just selective about it. Ah. Alastor's smile returned full force. Yes. I did, didn't I? The morning Harry was set to leave, Alastor presented him with 2 things. The first was a radio, small, antique-styled, brass and dark wood, fitting in one hand. It looked like something from the 1920s, which for Alastor was practically modern. Tuned to my frequency, Alastor said. Always. Distance doesn't matter. Dimensions don't matter. You need me, you turn the dial. Harry took it. It was warm, and it hummed with a familiar static that felt like home. He put it in his coat pocket, where it settled with a weight that was more than physical. The second was a look. Not a gift you could wrap, but Alastor crouched down, bringing himself to Harry's eye level, and for just a moment, the performance fell away. The smile remained, it always remained, but the eyes behind it were something closer to real. Something closer to the thing Alastor had been before he died and become this. You're going to a world that thinks it owns you, Alastor said, and his voice was almost free of static. Almost. They have a prophecy, a narrative, a role for you to fill. The chosen one. The boy who lived. Their hero. His hand settled on Harry's shoulder, claws careful not to pierce the fabric. You are not obligated to be what they want. You are not required to play their game by their rules. You are Harry Potter, son of Alastor, raised in the pit, and you will walk among them as you are. Not less. Never less. Harry met his father's eyes. Red dial point staring into Killingcurse green. And if they try to make me less? Alastor's smile returned to its full, terrible glory. The room went dark except for the glow of his eyes and the crackling of his shadow as it spread across every surface. His voice came from everywhere, from the walls, from the radio, from the air itself, then remind them what raised you. The dimensional tear opened in a London alleyway at precisely 9:47 a.m. on a Tuesday in late August. It manifested as a vertical slit in reality, edges burning with green-black fire, and from it stepped an 11-year-old boy in a perfectly tailored black coat with red pinstripes, round glasses on his nose, and a smile on his face. The tear sealed behind him. The alley smelled like garbage and rain and mortality, and Harry took a deep breath of it. Different. Everything here was different. The magic in the air was thinner, cleaner, less aggressive. It didn't try to eat you. It just existed. Passive. Waiting to be shaped. How boring. How fascinating. He'd emerged 2 blocks from the leaky cauldron. Alastor's information had been precise. Harry straightened his coat, adjusted his glasses, and walked out of the alley onto a London street full of mortals who were very much alive and completely unaware of the extraordinary thing that had just happened 10 meters away. Harry watched them for a moment. People. Living people. Going about their lives with their coffee and their newspapers and their complete ignorance of the supernatural. He'd seen the dead in hell, the damned, the sinners, the demons born of the void, but the living were different. They moved with a carelessness, an assumption of continued existence that the dead never had. He liked them immediately. They were so fragile. So wonderfully, stupidly brave without even knowing it. The leaky cauldron was exactly where it should be, wedged between a bookshop and a record store, invisible to anyone without magic. Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside. It was dark, it was dingy, and it was full of witches and wizards in various states of mourning. A hag in the corner was nursing something that smoked. 2 old wizards were arguing about Quidditch near the fire. The bartender, a bald man with a gap-toothed smile, was polishing glasses with a rag that was probably doing more harm than good. Harry walked to the bar. "Good morning. I need to access Diagon Alley." The bartender looked down at him. 11 years old. Well-dressed. Smiling. Nothing unusual about a young wizard heading to the alley before term started. "Through the back, son. Need help with the wall?" "I'll manage." "Thank you." He'd taken 2 steps toward the back when the bartender said, "Hang on," and Harry stopped. Turned. Still smiling. The bartender was staring at his forehead. At the scar. Harry waited. "Bless my soul," the man whispered. "Harry Potter." The pub went silent. Not gradually, instantly, as if someone had hit a mute button. Every eye turned to Harry. The hag stopped mid-sip. The Quidditch debaters froze. A witch at a corner table dropped her teacup, and it shattered on the floor, and nobody looked at it. "In the flesh," Harry said pleasantly. What followed was something between a stampede and a religious experience. They swarmed him, hands reaching to shake his, voices overlapping, eyes wide and wet and hungry for him in a way that wasn't physical but was somehow worse. The boy who lived. Returned. A miracle. Where had he been? Was he all right? He was so thin, so pale. Harry shook every hand. Smiled at every face. Answered no questions while appearing to answer all of them. It was a skill, deflection through engagement, misdirection through warmth. Alastor had drilled it into him. People don't want information, Harry. They want to feel like they got it. Give them the feeling. Keep the information. He extracted himself after 4 minutes and 17 seconds, which was 2 minutes longer than he'd wanted but shorter than it could have been. The bartender, Tom, he'd learned, opened the wall for him, and Harry stepped through into Diagon Alley. Color hit him first. Then sound. Then the smell, not death, not brimstone, not the iron and char scent of Pentagram City, but sugar and parchment and animal fur and magic. Clean magic. Magic that smelled like ozone and fresh-cut grass rather than sulfur and screaming. The alley was crowded with families doing their school shopping. Children his age running between shops. Owls hooting from elops. Cauldrons stacked in gleaming towers outside potages. Everything bright and busy and alive in a way that hell simply wasn't. Harry's smile softened without him meaning it to. This was nice. Different. He could work with different. First stop, Gringotts. He needed money, and apparently his dead birth parents had left him a vault. The goblins at the bank were interesting, not demons, but not exactly friendly either. Hard-eyed and sharp-toothed and professional in a way Harry respected. They didn't fawn. They didn't stare at his scar. They verified his identity through blood. His blood was red, which had been a genuine question. Some long-term hell resident's blood went dark, and brought him to a vault deep underground. The cart ride was fun. The goblin driving it seemed surprised that Harry enjoyed the breakneck speed and the darkness rather than turning green. "You're not afraid of the dark," the goblin observed. "I grew up in it," Harry said. The goblin looked at him sharply but said nothing else. The vault was full. Mountains of gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze nuts. More money than Harry had expected, though wealth meant different things here than in hell. In hell, currency was power, favors, souls. Here it was metal. Quaint. He filled a bag and thanked the goblin, who seemed unsettled by the courtesy. After that, Ollivander's. The one shop was narrow, dusty, and absolutely packed with narrow boxes on shelves reaching to the ceiling. It smelled like old wood and something electric. Harry liked it immediately. It felt like the kind of place where interesting things happened to people who weren't ready for them. He was ready. An old man appeared between the shelves, pale eyes gleaming in the dim light, expression somewhere between curiosity and calculation. "Ah," said Mr. Ollivander, and his voice had the quality of someone who'd been waiting. "Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Mr. Potter. Good afternoon. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every one. Your mother's was willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. And the wand that gave you that scar," his eyes found the lightning bolt. "You, 13½ inches. Curious that you're here at all, given that most people assumed you were dead." "Most people are wrong about most things most of the time," Harry said. "I need a wand." Ollivander studied him. Really studied him, the way Alastor studied an audience, the way a predator studied movement. Then something shifted in the old wandmaker's face. Not fear, exactly. But a heightened awareness. An animal recognition of something dangerous in his shop. "Let's see what finds you, then." What followed was an experience. Ollivander handed him wand after wand, and wand after wand. They rejected Harry. Not gently, violently. The first one froze solid. The second caught fire. The third screamed, actually screamed, a thin high note like a radio caught between frequencies. Ollivander's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. "Unusual," he muttered, pulling more boxes. "Very unusual." "You're not, quite," he stopped. Looked at Harry again with those pale, piercing eyes. "Where exactly have you been, Mr. Potter?" "Somewhere else," Harry said pleasantly. 10 more wands. 20. Each rejection more dramatic than the last. The shop was starting to look like a war zone, frost on some shelves, scorch marks on others, one wand that had simply dissolved in Harry's hand. Ollivander was sweating but also clearly having the time of his life. "I wonder," he said, mostly to himself, and disappeared into the very back of the shop. He returned with a single box, older than the others, dusty in a way that suggested it had been waiting. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Brother to the wand that scarred you. He held it out. "Try this one." Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed around the wood, something happened. Not the warmth the books described, not the simple rightness of a wand finding its wizard. It was more than that. The wand blazed with light, gold, at first, the way it was supposed to, but then shot through with veins of red, then black, then a green that matched his eyes. The static in Harry's voice manifested physically, crackling around his hand, and the radio in his pocket sang, a burst of jazz, a few bars of something triumphant, before falling silent. Ollivander stepped back. Not a flinch, a deliberate retreat. His eyes were very wide. Curious, he said, and his voice was steady but his hands were not. Very curious. The brother wand, Harry said, examining the holly in his hand. It was buzzing with potential. Happy, almost. Eager. Voldemort's wand was its brother. I think, Ollivander said slowly. I think, Mr. Potter, that wands do not know what they are meant for until they are chosen. And I think that wand did not know what it was capable of until it met you. He paused. May I ask you something? You may ask. What did you mean when you said, somewhere else? Harry smiled. The temperature in the shop dropped 2 degrees, and somewhere in the walls, the static hummed. I meant somewhere else, Mr. Ollivander. Thank you for the wand. It's lovely. He paid. He left. Ollivander stood in his shop for a very long time after, staring at the frost patterns on his shelves and thinking that in all his years selling wands to dark wizards and light wizards and everything in between, he had never once sold a wand to something that felt like that. The rest of Harry's shopping was less eventful but no less entertaining. At Madame Malkin's, he was fitted for robes while a pale, pointed boy on the next stool talked at him about houses and blood status and Quidditch. Harry listened with polite interest, offering nothing, and when the boy asked his name, Harry said, Harry Potter, and watched the reaction like someone observing a fascinating experiment. The boy, Draco, he said, Draco Malfoy, went through several expressions in rapid succession, shock, calculation, eagerness, and something like hunger. A political creature already, at 11. Harry filed him away as interesting and collected his robes. He bought books at Flourish and Blotts, more than the required list, because knowledge was power and Harry was greedy for it. He bought potions ingredients at the apothecary. He bought a trunk with more space inside than out, Hell had taught him to appreciate pocket dimensions. And when he was done, laden with bags and buzzing with the novelty of it all, he found a bench in the alley and sat down to think. The world was different than he'd expected. Not softer, that wasn't the right word. Brighter, maybe. The people here weren't weak, exactly, but they were, unguarded. Open in ways that demons never were. They wore their emotions on the outside and assumed others would do the same. It was endearing and slightly maddening. He pulled the radio from his pocket. Turned the dial. Static. Then, hello, my boy. Alastor's voice, as clear as if he were standing next to Harry, infused with the perpetual showmanship that colored everything he did. How was shopping? Did you get the thing? I got all the things. The wand thing. The focus. How was it? Harry held up the holly wand, though Alastor couldn't see it. Or maybe he could, the rules about what the radio demon could and couldn't perceive were flexible. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Brother wand to Voldemort's. A beat of silence. Then Alastor laughed, that full, delighted, slightly too loud laugh that meant he was genuinely amused rather than performing amusement. Oh, that's wonderful. Poetic. The universe has a sense of drama, Harry, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The wand maker was afraid of me. Good. Was he useful despite the fear? Very. Then the fear served its purpose. It kept him focused. A crackle of static. Now. Your train leaves tomorrow. Platform 9 3/4, because wizards are insufferable about whimsy. Any questions? Harry watched the crowd flowing past him. Families. Children. Lives being lived without the constant background radiation of violence and damnation. What if they try to control me? Who? The school? The headmaster? Dumbledore. You said he orchestrated. Albus Dumbledore is a chess player, Alastor said, and his voice took on the edge it got when discussing anyone he considered a worthy adversary. He plays the long game. He'll try to position you. Guide you. Shape you into the weapon he needs for his war. A pause. But chess players can only control pieces that agree to stay on the board. And if I don't agree? Then you're not a piece, Harry. You're a player. Another laugh, softer. Go be magnificent. I'll be listening. The radio went quiet. Harry pocketed it and stood up, brushing off his coat. Tomorrow he'd board a train to a school that expected a savior and was getting something else entirely. A whole castle full of wizards and witches who thought they knew his story. He was going to enjoy this. Platform 9 3/4 was accessible through a brick pillar between platforms 9 and 10, which Harry found architecturally offensive but magically elegant. He walked through it without hesitation, dimensional barriers were nothing new, and emerged onto a platform that was controlled chaos. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and enormous, belching steam like a living thing. Families clustered along the platform, mothers hugging children, fathers loading trunks, owls hooting, cats yowling, and at least one toad making a break for freedom. The noise was tremendous, conversation and steam and the whistle of the train and the clatter of trolleys. Harry moved through it like a knife through water. His trunk was light, a charm Alastor had taught him, borrowed from a spatial principle demons used for pocket dimensions, and he carried it one-handed with ease. He found a compartment near the middle of the train, empty, and settled in by the window. He had perhaps 4 minutes of solitude before the door slid open. Anyone sitting here? A red-haired boy, freckled, slightly too tall for his frame, with a smudge of dirt on his nose. He was holding a battered trunk and looked nervous. Everywhere else is full. It's just me, Harry said. Come in. The boy hauled his trunk in, struggled with the overhead rack, and finally got it stowed with a grunt of effort. He dropped into the seat across from Harry with obvious relief. Thanks. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. His gaze flicked to Harry's forehead, the scar visible where his hair fell away from it. You're, really? I mean, really? Really? Blimey. Ron seemed to be processing several things at once. Everyone said you were, I mean, where've you been? Sorry, is that rude? Mom says I shouldn't ask rude questions but I've got 5 brothers and no filter, so, Harry laughed. It surprised him, a real laugh, not the performative thing he used in hell. Ron's unfiltered honesty was refreshing after a decade of dealing with beings who communicated primarily through subtext and violence. It's not rude. I was, away. Somewhere else. It's complicated. Fair enough. Ron seemed to accept this with the easy flexibility of someone used to not understanding things. I've got loads of brothers at Hogwarts already. Bill and Charlie already left but Percy's a prefect, won't shut up about it, and Fred and George are absolute nightmares. You'll love them. Or they'll love you. Either way, it'll be loud. I like loud, Harry said, and meant it. They talked. Ron was easy to talk to, open, funny, self-deprecating without being pathetic about it. He was nervous about Hogwarts, about living up to his brothers, about being sorted into the wrong house. Harry listened with genuine interest. He asked questions that made Ron light up, about Quidditch, about his family, about wizard chess. In return, Ron asked about Harry's life, and Harry answered in truths that were technically accurate if wildly incomplete. So you were raised by someone else? Not the Dursleys. I was raised by my father. But your dad's, oh, you mean like, adoptive? Yes. He's, unconventional. Is he a wizard? Not exactly. Ron seemed to sense the boundary and, to his credit, didn't push. Well, whatever he is, he seems alright. You're not an arse, so that's something. Thank you, Ron. That's the kindest thing anyone said to me today. The train pulled out of the station. London gave way to countryside, green and rolling and alive in that aggressive way that mortal nature had, every surface growing something. Harry watched it with quiet fascination. Hell didn't have grass. Didn't have trees that weren't trying to eat you. Didn't have that particular quality of sunlight that made everything look golden and temporary and precious. 20 minutes into the journey, the compartment door opened again. A girl this time, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, already wearing her Hogwarts robes, and an expression of determined authority that Harry recognized immediately. This was someone who used knowledge as armor the same way he used charm. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Haven't seen one, Ron said. Sorry. The girl started to leave, then stopped. She was looking at Harry. Not at his scar, at his face. Specifically, at his smile. Most people looked at the smile and accepted it at face value. This girl was looking at it like a math problem she intended to solve. You're Harry Potter, she said. I've read about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry tilted his head. What do they say about me? That you vanished. That nobody could find you. That the ministry declared you presumed dead in 1988 and then retracted it when your name appeared on the Hogwarts enrollment list 6 months ago. She sat down without being invited, leaning forward with an intensity that was slightly alarming. Where were you? Hermione, right? Harry said. He didn't know how he knew, maybe the name had come up in the books he'd read, maybe it was instinct, maybe it was the faint crackle of his other senses. Hermione Granger. She blinked. How did you, lucky guess? He extended his hand. It's nice to meet you. And to answer your question, I was somewhere that doesn't appear on any map you've read. She shook his hand. Her grip was firm, her eyes sharp, and she didn't flinch at the faint static buzz that accompanied his touch. That's not really an answer. No, Harry agreed. It's not. But it's what I have at the moment. Ask me again later and I might have a better one. Hermione looked like she wanted to push badly, but something in Harry's expression stopped her. Not fear. Something else. A recognition that this particular puzzle had edges she couldn't see yet, and she was smart enough to be cautious of what she didn't understand. Fine, she said. I'm going to find Neville's toad. You should both change into your robes, we'll be arriving soon. She stood, paused at the door. It was nice to meet you too, Harry. Then she was gone. Ron let out a breath. Intense. I like her, Harry said. You would. The train carried on. More people came and went, curious first-years looking for the famous Harry Potter, older students who peeked in and then pretended they hadn't. A boy named Neville turned up looking for his toad, nervous and round-faced, and Harry smiled at him in a way that made Neville relax for reasons he couldn't articulate. A woman with a trolley came by selling sweets, and Harry bought half of it because he'd never had wizard candy and was curious about all of it, and shared with Ron, who went slightly pink with gratitude. Then, an hour before arrival, the compartment door slid open one final time and Draco Malfoy appeared, flanked by 2 large boys who appeared to have been selected primarily for mass. Is it true? Draco said, without preamble. They're saying Harry Potter's in this compartment. Still true, Harry said. Hello again, Draco. Draco blinked, thrown by the familiarity, the use of his first name, the smile that didn't waver. He recovered quickly, though. Political creature. Potter. Glad to see you took the right approach and found your own compartment rather than sitting with. His eyes slid to Ron. Just anyone. Ron's ears went red. Ron's my friend, Harry said. Simply. Pleasantly. Without any change in his expression. But something in the compartment shifted, a pressure, a frequency, a note that hummed just below hearing. Draco's two bodyguards shifted their weight. Draco himself held steady, but his eyes flickered. I'm just saying, Draco said, you'll find some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. He extended his hand. I can help you there. Harry looked at the hand. Then at Draco's face. Then he stood up, slowly, smoothly, the way Alastor moved when he was deciding whether something was worth his attention, and took Draco's hand. Draco's confident smile faltered. Harry's grip was warm. His eyes were green and steady and deep in a way that 11-year-old eyes had no right to be. The static in the air hummed louder. And when Harry spoke, his voice carried just a trace of that radio distortion, that crackle from somewhere else. I appreciate the offer, Draco. Truly. But I don't need help deciding who's worth my time. I know exactly who's worth my time. He released Draco's hand and sat back down, still smiling, still pleasant, still perfectly polite. I'll see you at school. Draco stood there for a moment. His face was doing something complicated, pride warring with instinct, training warring with the animal part of his brain that was screaming at him about proximity to danger. Then he turned, sharply, and walked out. His bodyguards followed with visible relief. Ron stared at Harry. What was that? That was me being friendly. That was terrifying. Harry's smile softened into something more genuine. Only if you're trying to be something you're not. You weren't. So you've got nothing to worry about. He pulled a chocolate frog from the pile of sweets between them and tossed it to Ron. Here. Tell me about Quidditch. I want to know everything. Ron caught the frog, looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts wonder and the dawning realization that his life had just gotten very interesting, and started talking about the Chudley cannons. Outside the window, the countryside was darkening. They were getting close. The castle was coming. And Harry Potter, son of the Radio Demon, raised in the pit, born of sacrifice and shaped by hell, rode toward Hogwarts with a smile on his face, static humming in the air around him, and not a single shred of intention to be anything less than exactly what he was. The radio in his pocket crackled once, softly. Just a few notes, the opening bars of "The Best Is Yet to Come." Harry's smile widened. Chapter 2, Static on the Sorting Hat. The castle appeared through the rain like something from a fever dream, towers and turrets and lit windows stabbing up into a sky that was almost as dark as hell's but infinitely less hostile. Harry stood at the window of the train as it slowed, pressing his fingertips to the glass, and felt something he hadn't expected. Recognition. Not memory. He'd been 1 year old when he left this world, he couldn't possibly remember anything. But his magic recognized this place. The ambient energy in the air thickened as they approached, layer upon layer of ancient enchantment, wards older than the country they stood in, and Harry's magic reached toward it like a hand finding a glove it had forgotten it owned. Brilliant, isn't it? Ron said from behind him, voice hushed with awe. Yes, Harry said. It is. They changed into robes. Harry's were standard black, identical to everyone else's, but they hung differently on him, or maybe he just stood differently inside them. Ron's were slightly too long, clearly secondhand, and Harry said nothing about it because Alastor had taught him that a gentleman notices everything and mentions nothing unless it serves a purpose. The train stopped. Students poured out onto a dark platform, and a voice boomed over the chaos, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." The voice belonged to the largest man Harry had ever seen, and Harry had seen demons who measured their height in stories. This man wasn't that big, but he was big, wild-haired and wild-bearded and carrying a lantern like a small sun. "That's Hagrid," Ron whispered. "Gamekeeper. He's half-giant." Harry filed this away. Half-giant meant something here, meant prejudice, meant assumptions, meant a man who probably had to be twice as gentle as anyone else just to be trusted half as much. Harry decided he liked Hagrid already on principle. They followed the giant man down a steep, muddy path through dark trees. The first years clustered together, nervous and cold and chattering, until the path opened up on the edge of a black lake and there it was, Hogwarts. Full view. Reflected in the water. Every window blazing. Several children gasped. Harry just smiled, but it was the real one, the one that reached his eyes without any performance behind it. The castle was magnificent in the way that only ancient things could be, not trying to impress, simply being impressive by virtue of having survived. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called, and Harry climbed into one with Ron, Neville, who had found his toad and was clutching it like a lifeline, and Hermione, who had appeared at Harry's elbow as if summoned. The boats glided across the lake on their own, smooth as silk, and Harry trailed his fingers in the black water. Something beneath the surface bumped against his hand, tentacle, probably, given the intelligence he'd read about the lake's giant squid, and instead of pulling back, Harry let his fingers drag along the rubbery skin. The creature beneath the water went very still. Then, slowly, it withdrew. "Did you just pet the giant squid?" Hermione hissed. "It seemed friendly. It's a 100-foot cephalopod. Size isn't an indicator of temperament. My father's shadow is technically infinite and he's perfectly pleasant at dinner." Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, and then said, "I have so many questions about that sentence," in a tone that suggested she was cataloguing them for later. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor beneath the castle. They climbed out onto wet stone, and Hagrid led them up a flight of stairs to an enormous oak door that opened before he knocked. A witch stood there, tall, severe, black hair pulled tight beneath a pointed hat, and an expression that suggested she had been managing children for decades and had long since exhausted her patience for foolishness. Professor McGonagall, Harry knew from his reading. Deputy Headmistress. Transfiguration. Not someone to be trifled with. Harry respected that immediately. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take them from here." She led them through an entrance hall that could have housed several of the smaller buildings in Pentagram City, past doors through which the roar of hundreds of voices could be heard, and into a small chamber off to the side. The first years packed in, pressing close to each other, radiating anxiety like heat. McGonagall explained the sorting. "For houses. Your house as your family. Points earned and lost." She was brisk and efficient and didn't waste words, and Harry liked her more with every sentence. "I shall return when we are ready for you," she said, and left. The moment she was gone, the room erupted into whispered panic. What would the test be? Would there be magic? A written exam? Ron's brother had said something about wrestling a troll. "It's a hat," Harry said, and the whispers died. Everyone was looking at him. An enchanted hat. It reads your mind and places you. No test. "How do you know that?" a girl with dark skin and braids asked. Lavender brown, Harry thought, or maybe Parvati Patil. His information on his classmates was organized but not yet matched to faces. "I read the supplemental materials." There weren't any supplemental materials, Hermione said sharply, and Harry could hear her annoyance at the possibility she'd missed something. "There were if you knew where to look," Harry said, which was technically true. The damned wizard whose library Alastor had raided had attended Hogwarts in 1847. "Relax. It's painless." This didn't seem to relax anyone, possibly because the word painless implied that pain had been a possibility they should be relieved about, but before the panic could mount further, McGonagall returned and led them out. The great hall was, well. It was great. For long tables packed with students. A head table with the staff. Floating candles by the hundreds. A ceiling enchanted to show the sky, currently stormy, clouds racing, occasional lightning, and at the front, on a stool, a hat. Old, patched, and sitting with the particular stillness of an object that was very much aware. Harry walked with the crowd of first years, but he walked differently than the rest of them. They shuffled, nervous, small. Harry walked like he was entering a room he'd already decided to own. Back straight, chin level, smile easy and constant. Several of the older students noticed. A few of the staff noticed. Albus Dumbledore, seated at the center of the high table in robes of deep purple, noticed very much. Harry felt the old wizard's gaze land on him and met it without flinching. Blue eyes, famously twinkling, famously piercing. They tried to find purchase in Harry's mind, not a legilimency attack, nothing so crude, just that habitual surface read that powerful wizards did without thinking. They found nothing. Or rather, they found the smile, and the smile went all the way down, and beneath the smile was static, and beneath the static was something that made Dumbledore's eyes widen by a fraction of a millimeter. Harry looked away first, but only because he chose to. Politeness. Timing. The Sorting Hat sang a song. It was long and it rhymed badly and it detailed the four houses with the enthusiasm of a performer who'd done the same show for 1,000 years and still found it charming. Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. Harry listened and categorized and thought, I'm all of those things. None of those things. Something else entirely. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat. Abbott, Hannah. A blonde girl stumbled forward, sat, put on the hat. 3 seconds later, Hufflepuff. Cheering from the yellow-decked table. Name after name. Harry watched each sorting with interest. The hat took different amounts of time for different people, which meant it was genuinely deliberating rather than simply reading a predetermined list. Interesting. It had its own intelligence, its own criteria. It could be surprised. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool, vibrating with nervous energy. The hat took almost a full minute on her. Harry watched her lips moving, arguing with it, probably, before shouting, Gryffindor. She looked relieved and triumphant and Harry gave her a small nod as she passed to the cheering table, which she returned with a quick smile. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming, Slytherin. Draco walked to his table looking like a king returning home. He caught Harry's eye across the hall, and something passed between them, not enmity, not exactly. A recognition. Two creatures acknowledging each other across a crowded room. More names. More sortings. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not the gradual hush of the leaky cauldron, this was instant, total, hungry. Every head turned. Whispers exploded a second later, Potter. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Where? I thought he was dead. Harry stood and walked to the stool. He walked slowly. Not nervous slowly, deliberately slowly. Giving them time to look. Letting them see him. Alastor had taught him, an entrance is a gift you give your audience. You don't rush a gift. The whispers crescendoed and then died as he sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head, and it fell over his eyes, blocking out the hall, the staring faces, everything except darkness and, oh, said a voice in his head. Small. Old. Shocked. Oh. Hello, Harry thought back. What are you? You're not, this isn't, the hat's mental voice was scrambling, rifling through Harry's mind with increasing speed and increasing alarm. It found his memories and recoiled. It found his knowledge and flinched. It found the 10 years in hell, the lessons, the violence, the love, the static, and the hat screamed. Not internally. Out loud. A raw, ragged shriek that echoed through the great hall and made every student jump and several teachers stand. It lasted 2 full seconds before cutting off abruptly, and in the silence that followed, you could have heard a quill drop. Are you all right? Harry thought, genuinely concerned. He hadn't meant to distress it. The hat was breathing, which was impressive for an object without lungs. I have sat on 10,000 heads. I have read the minds of dark wizards, mad prophets, and a serial killer who became minister of magic. I have never, it seemed to collect itself. Mr. Potter. Where you have been is, not supposed to exist. And yet. A pause. Long. The hall was absolutely silent, every eye fixed on Harry, every teacher rigid with attention. Dumbledore had half risen from his seat. You are brave, foolishly so, by mortal standards. You are intelligent, dangerously so, by any standard. You are loyal to those you claim but no others. And you are ambitious in ways that this institution is not equipped to contain. So where do I go? Where do you want to go? Harry thought about it. He thought about Slytherin, his cunning, his ambition, his comfort with darkness would fit. But Slytherin was expected. Slytherin was where people would put the boy raised in hell, and Harry had no interest in being put anywhere. He thought about Ravenclaw, his hunger for knowledge, his analytical mind. But Ravenclaw was safe. Predictable for a different reason. He thought about Gryffindor. He thought about walking into a house full of people who valued courage and light and charging headfirst into danger, and being the thing they'd never seen before. The monster in the lion's den. The smile in the firelight. He thought about Ron and Hermione already at that table. Gryffindor, Harry thought. You're sure? Slytherin could, I'm sure. I want to be where it's interesting. Interesting. The hat laughed, a shaky, slightly hysterical sound that only Harry could hear. You'll make it interesting wherever you go, Mr. Potter. I've never met a mind like yours and I hope to God I never do again. Better be, it steeled itself. Then, out loud, to the hall, Gryffindor. The silence held for one more heartbeat. Then the Gryffindor table exploded, cheering, stamping, the Weasley twins shouting, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" Harry pulled off the hat, set it gently on the stool, and walked to his new house's table. As he walked, he passed the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him with an expression that was working hard to be benevolent and not quite managing to hide the calculation beneath. A tiny professor with white hair beamed at him. A sallow-faced man with black hair and black eyes stared at him with naked hostility. And at the far end, a man in a purple turban, who flinched when Harry's gaze passed over him. Flinched hard, like he'd been burned. Harry felt it, a spike of something. Pain. No. Recognition. The scar on his forehead prickled, and from the turbaned man, he sensed something. A presence. Layered. Hidden. Parasitic. Interesting. Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione. Ron was grinning. Hermione was staring at him with wide eyes. The hat screamed, she whispered. It was surprised, Harry said. Hats don't scream when they're surprised. Hats don't scream at all. This one did. I suppose I'm memorable. Harry. Hermione leaned closer. What did it see in your head? Harry looked at her. Green eyes steady, smile unchanged. Everything. Before she could press further, Dumbledore stood to speak. The remaining students were sorted. Ron's cheer at Gryffindor was the loudest of the night, and then food appeared on the tables in quantities and varieties that made Harry's eyes widen for the first time all evening. In hell, food was either excellent, if Alastor cooked, or actively trying to kill you, if anyone else did. This was different, this was abundance without threat, plenty without price. Harry loaded his plate and ate with genuine enjoyment, and Ron matched him bite for bite, and somewhere in the eating and the talking and the laughter of 100 students around him, Harry felt something click into place. Not home. Hell was home. But, something. A fit. A slot. A role he could step into and make his own. The feast ended. Dumbledore stood again and made announcements: the Forbidden Forest, a banned corridor on the third floor that practically begged to be investigated, and a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell in the purple turban. Harry watched Quirrell stand and give a nervous wave, and he watched the thing inside Quirrell's turban pulse with dark magic, and he filed it away. Prefects led them to the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady's portrait guarded the entrance, password, Caput Draconis, and Harry stepped into a round room all in red and gold, fire crackling, armchairs scattered, and the weight of 1,000 years of brave idiots soaked into every stone. He was directed to the first-year boys' dormitory. 5 beds. 5 trunks. Ron took the bed next to Harry's without hesitation, and on the other side was Neville, then Seamus Finnegan, then Dean Thomas. They changed. They settled. Lights dimmed. Harry lay in bed in the darkness, listening to the others fall asleep one by one. Ron's snoring started within minutes. Neville mumbled something about his toad. Seamus's breathing slowed. Dean was silent and still. Harry didn't sleep. He rarely did, one of the effects of growing up in hell, where unconsciousness was vulnerability and vulnerability was death. He'd learned to rest while remaining aware, to drift on the surface of sleep without ever submerging. Now he lay in the dark and felt the castle around him, alive, aware, ancient. Its magic pulsed like a heartbeat, and Harry's magic pulsed in return, and for a moment it felt like the castle was taking his measure just as the hat had. He pulled out the radio. Held it close. Turned the dial so gently it barely clicked. Still awake, I see. Alastor's voice, low and intimate, filtered through static that sounded like a lullaby if lullabies were written by something with claws. How was your first evening among the mortals? The hat screamed, Harry whispered. Alastor's delighted laughter, soft enough not to wake the others but sharp enough to carry. Did it really? Oh, that's marvelous. What did it see? You. Hell. All of it. And it still put you in Gryffindor? I asked for Gryffindor. Bold choice. I approve. A pause. The static hummed, warm and familiar. You sound different. Different how? Lighter. Like you're enjoying yourself. Harry thought about it. About Ron's easy friendship and Hermione's fierce curiosity and the absurd excess of food and the castle breathing around him. I think I am. Good. And Alastor's voice was that almost real thing again, the thing beneath the performance. That's good, Harry. Enjoy it. Learn from it. And when it inevitably becomes complicated, because it will, because you are who you are and the world is what it is, remember that complicated is just another word for interesting. Good night, Dad. Good night, my boy. Sweet dreams, or whatever it is you do instead. The radio went quiet. Harry set it on his nightstand, closed his eyes, and drifted on the surface of sleep while the castle hummed around him and the rain hammered the windows and somewhere, far below in the dungeons, a man in a turban sat awake in the dark and tried not to think about the boy who had made his master scream inside his skull just by walking past. Morning at Hogwarts was a revelation in chaos. Harry was up before anyone else, he always was, and dressed and ready by the time the other boys started groaning their way to consciousness. He sat on the edge of his bed and watched Ron wage a losing battle against his blankets, and when Ron finally surfaced, wild-haired and grumpy, Harry said, "Good morning," in a tone of such cheerful alertness that Ron threw a pillow at him. "How are you awake?" Ron squinted at a clock. 6:30. I don't sleep much. Breakfast? They went down together, joined shortly by Hermione, who had clearly been awake for hours and was carrying 3 textbooks despite the fact that classes hadn't started. The great hall was half empty this early, the enchanted ceiling showing a gray, rain-washed dawn, and they ate in comfortable semi-silence. Then the mail came. 100 owls poured through the high windows, swooping, diving, dropping letters and packages with varying degrees of accuracy. Ron got a letter from his mother. Hermione got the Daily Prophet, which she unfolded and immediately froze. Harry. She turned the paper toward him. The headline, in enormous letters, "The Boy Who Lived, Returns from the Dead." Harry Potter sorted into Gryffindor after decade-long disappearance. Ministry demands answers. Where has he been? Below it, a blurry photograph, clearly taken by a student with a camera, showing Harry walking to the sorting stool. Even in the grainy image, his smile was visible. "Well," Harry said, taking a bite of toast. "That was fast. They're calling you the biggest mystery in Wizarding Britain since Merlin's disappearance," Hermione said, scanning the article. "The Ministry wants to conduct an interview. Dumbledore issued a statement saying you're safe and healthy and your privacy should be respected. And, oh," her eyebrows rose. "Someone quoted the Sorting Hat as saying you were unprecedented. They interviewed a hat. To be fair, it's a very opinionated hat. Harry, this is serious. People are going to want to know where you've been. Let them want." She looked at him, that analytical look, the one that was calculating rather than emotional. "You're not going to tell anyone, are you?" "I might. Eventually. When it's useful or amusing." He met her eyes. "Does it bother you? Not knowing?" Hermione considered this for longer than most people would. "Yes," she admitted. "But I think when you do tell me, I'll understand why you waited. You're not secretive for bad reasons." "How do you know my reasons aren't bad?" "Because you've been nothing but kind to everyone who deserves it and haven't hurt anyone who doesn't." She folded the paper. "That's enough for now." Harry looked at her with something like surprise. In hell, trust was transactional, you earned it through power or leverage. Hermione was offering it freely, based on observation and instinct. It was uncommon. Valuable. "Thank you," he said, and meant it more than she knew. Schedules were distributed. First class of the day, Transfiguration with McGonagall. Harry collected his books, his wand, and his smile, and headed for the classroom with Ron and Hermione. Hogwarts was a labyrinth, staircases that moved, doors that pretended to be walls, suits of armor that gave bad directions possibly out of malice. Harry navigated it with an ease that confused his companions until Ron said, "How do you know where you're going?" "I've lived in the wizarding world my whole life and I'm lost." "I'm good with spaces that don't make sense," Harry said. "The place I grew up was worse." "Worse than moving staircases?" "The hallways ate people if they weren't paying attention." Ron laughed. Harry didn't clarify that he wasn't joking. Transfiguration was taught in a large classroom with tiered seating and a desk at the front on which sat a tabby cat. Most of the students filed in and ignored the cat. Harry walked in, looked at the cat, looked at the faint magical signature surrounding it, the same signature he'd felt from McGonagall last night, and said, "Good morning, Professor." The cat transformed. McGonagall stood where it had been, tall and severe and looking at Harry with sharp interest. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. You're the first student in 12 years to recognize me in that form. You have a distinctive magical presence." "Do I?" It wasn't a question. She studied him for a moment, evaluating, then turned to address the class, which was now staring with open mouths. "That, students, is an example of an animagus transformation, a witch or wizard who can transform into an animal at will. It is an EWT level work and not something any of you will be attempting for several years. Now, textbooks open, Chapter 1. Transfiguration was easy. Not in the way Harry expected, the theory was complex and the technique was precise, but the actual doing of it came naturally. They were meant to turn a match into a needle. Most students struggled. Hermione managed it third try, looking smug. Harry did it on the first try without his wand. He hadn't meant to. Force of habit, in hell, magic was done with intent and will, and wands didn't exist. He just looked at the match and wanted it to be a needle and it was. McGonagall saw. Her eyebrows rose half an inch, which for her was equivalent to falling out of her chair in shock. She came to his desk, looked at the perfect silver needle, looked at Harry's wand sitting untouched beside it, and said, very quietly, "Do that again." Harry picked up the needle, turned it back into a match with a thought, then back to a needle. Then into a tiny silver sword. Then a pin. Then a fish hook. Each transformation instantaneous, silent, wandless. The students nearest to him had gone very quiet. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, and her voice was carefully controlled. "How long have you been practicing wandless magic?" "I've never used a wand before yesterday," Harry said honestly. "Where I grew up, we didn't have them." "And where was that?" Harry smiled. "Somewhere with a different curriculum." McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "See me after class," and moved on to help Neville, whose match was smoking but not transforming. After class, Harry stayed behind while Ron waited in the corridor. McGonagall sat at her desk and looked at him over her spectacles, a look he imagined had quailed students for decades. "Mr. Potter. Wandless, silent transfiguration is extraordinarily advanced magic. Most adult wizards cannot do it. The fact that you can, at 11, with no formal training, suggests either remarkable natural talent or remarkable unnatural training." She let the emphasis sit. "Your Hogwarts letter was sent to an address that our enchantments provided. An address in a location that, according to every magical authority I've consulted, does not exist." "It exists," Harry said. "Just not here. Not in this world." "No." McGonagall's lips thinned. She was silent for 10 seconds, a long time, for a woman who valued efficiency. "The headmaster will want to speak with you." "I expected he would. He'll be diplomatic about it. He'll offer tea and make it feel like a chat." She paused. "I'm telling you this because whatever you are, Mr. Potter, and wherever you've been, you are in my house now. That makes you mine to look after. And I look after my own." Harry blinked. Something warm and unexpected bloomed in his chest. "Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. Just don't transfigure any classmates into fish hooks." She almost smiled. "Off you go." Harry left, and Ron fell into step beside him, bursting with questions that Harry answered selectively as they headed to their next class, Charms, with tiny Professor Flitwick. Then herbology in the greenhouses. Then history of magic, which was taught by a ghost so boring that Harry spent the hour discreetly reading ahead in his defense textbook instead. Every class was the same pattern. Harry demonstrated abilities that shouldn't exist in a first year, did so without showing off or calling attention to himself, simply answering questions correctly, performing spells on the first attempt, occasionally doing things that made teachers' eyes widen, and then moved on. He wasn't trying to impress anyone. He wasn't not trying, either. He was simply being himself, and himself happened to be someone with 10 years of magical education from a dimension where power was the only curriculum that mattered. The students noticed. Of course they did. By the end of the first day, rumor had spread through the school like wildfire: Harry Potter could do wandless magic. Harry Potter made the Sorting Hat scream. Harry Potter had been raised somewhere else and nobody knew where, and he wouldn't say. Some students were awed. Some were afraid. Some were fascinated. Draco Malfoy, Harry noticed, was watching, not with the hostility of their train encounter, but with the calculating attention of someone reassessing a situation. It was the afternoon of the second day when Harry had his first encounter with Severus Snape. Potions was in the dungeons, cold, damp, and lit by torches that gave everything a greenish cast. Harry walked in and felt the temperature of the room, not the physical temperature, the emotional one. This was a space that belonged to someone specific, someone territorial, someone who used atmosphere as a tool of control. Harry appreciated the technique. Different medium than Alastor's, but same principle. The students filed to their seats. Slytherins on one side, Gryffindors on the other, and wasn't that a lovely setup for conflict, Harry thought. The door banged open and Professor Snape swept in, black robes billowing, and launched into a speech about the subtle science of potion-making that was clearly rehearsed but delivered with enough venom to sell it. Then his eyes found Harry. Harry met them. Held them. Snape stopped speaking. Something flickered across his face, complex, layered. Harry could see it, this man knew my parents. He's looking for them in my face. He's finding my mother's eyes and my father's features and he hates one and, the flicker. Not love, not exactly, but something adjacent. Something that hurt. Then Snape's expression hardened. The personal vanished beneath the professional, and what remained was hostility, pure, directed, deliberate. Ah, yes, Snape said, his voice a silken knife. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Harry said nothing. Smiled. Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew this one, knew it from Alastor's library, from books written by damned potion masters, from his own experiments with hell's equivalent of alchemy. But he also knew what Snape was doing. This wasn't education. This was a power play, asking questions beyond first-year level to humiliate the famous Harry Potter in front of his peers. The draft of living death, Harry said. A sleeping potion so powerful that the brewer risks accidentally dosing themselves through skin contact if they're not careful with the saprophyros bean. Snape's eyes narrowed. And where would you look if I told you to find a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. Although a hellgoat's bezoar is significantly more potent, cures basilisk venom where a mortal bezoar would fail. But I assume we're working with standard ingredients here. The class was dead silent. Snape stood very still. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing. They're the same plant, also called aconite. Useful in the wolfsbane potion for managing lycanthropy, and in at least 6 different poisons if prepared incorrectly. Harry's smile didn't waver. Would you like me to list them? Snape stared at him. The silence stretched. Harry could see the calculation happening, the reassessment, the irritation, the grudging acknowledgement that whatever this boy was, he wasn't unprepared. No, Snape said finally, voice dangerously quiet. That will do. He turned away sharply. Well? Why aren't you all copying this down? The class scrambled for quills. Ron was staring at Harry with his mouth open. Hermione was staring at Harry with something like competitive admiration. And Snape spent the rest of the lesson ignoring Harry completely, which was its own form of acknowledgement. After class, as students filed out, Snape said, Potter. Stay. Harry stayed. The dungeon emptied. Snape sat at his desk and looked at Harry with an intensity that would have made most children cry. You are not what I expected, Snape said. What did you expect? Your father. Arrogant. Lazy. Riding on fame and name. Snape's lip curled. You're not that. No. You're something else. Snape leaned forward. Something wrong. I've taught students for 10 years. I know what magical children feel like. And you, Potter, do not feel like a magical child. You feel like a hole in the world wearing a boy's face. Harry tilted his head. That's very poetic, Professor. Is there a question in there? Where? Have you been? Somewhere that doesn't exist, according to every authority Professor McGonagall has consulted. Harry's smile was perfectly pleasant and absolutely immovable. Is that all? Snape's jaw tightened. A muscle jumped in his temple. For a moment, just a moment, Harry felt the man's legitimacy press against his mind. Not subtle. Not careful. A deliberate push. It met Harry's mental defenses and stopped. In hell, psychic attacks were as common as physical ones. Alastor had taught Harry to shield his mind before teaching him to walk. His occlumency wasn't walls or doors or any of the metaphors the textbooks used, it was static. White noise. An infinite field of crackling, hissing nothing that stretched in all directions, and anyone who pushed into it found themselves lost, disoriented, and deeply unsettled. Snape recoiled. His hand gripped the edge of his desk. His face went pale, genuinely pale, not the controlled pallor he usually wore. "What, Professor?" Harry said, gently. "It's very rude to enter someone's mind without permission. Where I come from, that would be considered an act of war." He paused. "Let it sit. I won't hold it against you this time. We're all still getting to know each other." Snape said nothing. Harry nodded politely, turned, and walked out. In the corridor, Ron and Hermione were waiting. Ron looked worried. Hermione looked like she was taking mental notes for a paper she intended to write. "What did he want?" Ron asked. "To understand me," Harry said. "He didn't." "He's awful," Ron said firmly. "He's wounded," Harry corrected. "Wounded things are dangerous but not necessarily bad. Just complicated." Hermione looked at him with that expression she got, the one that said she was learning Harry Potter the way she learned textbooks, page by page, and finding the content far more complex than the table of contents suggested. The first week settled into a rhythm. Classes, meals, evenings in the common room. Harry excelled at everything without apparent effort, which frustrated Hermione and amazed everyone else. He made friends, or rather, he allowed friendships to form around him. Ron was a constant presence, loyal and warm and grounding in a way Harry hadn't known he needed. Hermione was a challenge, intellectually fierce, always pushing, never satisfied with half-answers. Together they made something that Harry hadn't really had before, companionship without hierarchy, affection without transaction. It wasn't hell. It was different. He was finding that different could be good. On Thursday evening of the first week, a school owl delivered a note to Harry at dinner. Elegant handwriting on heavy parchment. "Dear Harry, I wonder whether you might join me for tea this Saturday at 3 o'clock. I find that new students often benefit from a chance to discuss their impressions of the school in a more private setting. Albus Dumbledore P.S. I'm quite fond of sherbet lemons." Harry read it. Smiled. Pocketed it. "What's that?" Ron asked through a mouthful of shepherd's pie. "An invitation. The headmaster wants to have tea." "Blimey. First week and already having private meetings with Dumbledore. He's curious about me. It'd be rude to refuse." Saturday came. Harry presented himself at the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office at precisely 3 o'clock, said, "Sherbet lemon," and rode the spiral staircase up to a circular room packed with whirring silver instruments, sleeping portraits of former headmasters, and a magnificent phoenix perched on a golden stand. The phoenix looked at Harry. Harry looked at the phoenix. The bird's feathers ruffled. Its head tilted. Then it let out a single, clear note, not a song, not a warning. A question. Harry hummed back. The note that came from his throat carried static, just a thread of it, a harmonic that existed between frequencies, and the phoenix's eyes widened. It spread its wings, then folded them again. Settled. Accepted. "Remarkable," said Dumbledore's voice. Harry turned. The headmaster was sitting behind his desk in robes of silver and blue, half-moon spectacles on his crooked nose, looking at Harry with the expression of a man who'd just watched something impossible happen and was pretending it was merely interesting. "Fawkes doesn't sing for just anyone. He certainly doesn't converse with students. Animals tend to like me," Harry said. "Or at least, they tend to understand me. It's mutual. Please, sit. Tea." Harry sat. He accepted tea. He took a sherbet lemon from the offered bowl because refusing would be rude, and he ate it without any concern about what might be in it, his constitution could handle poisons that would kill a mortal 3 times over. So, Dumbledore said, settling back in his chair with his own cup. Harry Potter. Alive and well and taking Hogwarts by storm, by all accounts. I wouldn't say storm. More of a gentle disturbance. Your transfiguration professor would disagree. As would your potions professor, though he'd phrase it differently. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You've made quite an impression in a very short time. I'm told I'm memorable. Indeed. Dumbledore sipped his tea. The silence stretched, comfortable, deliberate. Harry recognized the technique, give your subject space and they'll fill it. He'd been trained by better, so he simply sat and smiled and waited. Dumbledore broke first, barely, but he broke. Harry, I must confess to a concern. When your name appeared on the enrollment list this summer, I was surprised. We had searched for you. For years. Every tracking spell, every divination, every magical means of detection we possessed told us you simply didn't exist. And then, overnight, you did again. I was somewhere your magic couldn't reach. So I gathered. Dumbledore set down his cup. I won't demand you tell me where. You're entitled to your privacy, and I suspect that wherever you were, safe. Cared for. You're healthy, well-educated, clearly loved. He paused on the last word, watching Harry's face. But I'd like to understand, if you're willing to share. Harry considered his options. Alastor hadn't told him to lie. Hadn't told him to hide. Had told him to be himself and let the consequences be interesting. I was raised in hell, Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. Once, twice. His teacup stopped halfway to his lips. I beg your pardon. Hell. The afterlife. The dimension below this one, or beside it, depending on your cosmological framework. When Voldemort's curse hit me, the resulting magical explosion tore a hole between worlds. I fell through. Someone found me. Raised me. Harry drank his tea. I had a good childhood, all things considered. Dumbledore was very still. His twinkling had stopped entirely, replaced by something sharper, more serious. The sleeping portraits on the walls were suddenly very much awake and pretending not to be. You're telling me, Dumbledore said slowly, that for 10 years, you have been in, literally, actually, hell. Yes. And someone there, raised you. My father. Adoptive. And he is, a demon. A powerful one. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes without flinching. He's not evil, before you ask. Or rather, he is, by most conventional definitions, but he was an excellent parent. He taught me. Protected me. Loved me in the way he's capable of. I am not damaged, headmaster. I am not corrupted. I am simply, different than what you expected. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. The silver instruments on his shelves whirred and clicked. Fawkes preened his feathers. The fire crackled. I believe you, Dumbledore said finally. Which is perhaps more alarming than if I didn't. My instruments confirm no deception. Fawkes, a creature of pure light and goodness, accepts you. And yet what you're describing should be impossible. Most things are, until they happen. Yes. Dumbledore set down his tea. Folded his hands. Harry, I will be honest with you, since you've been honest with me. There is a prophecy concerning you and the dark wizard who killed your parents. A prophecy that suggests you and he will meet again. I had planned, hoped, to guide you. Prepare you. Protect you. His eyes were very blue, very old, very sad. I suspect you don't need my protection. I don't, Harry agreed. But I appreciate the thought. And I'm not your enemy, Professor. I'm here because I want to learn what mortal magic can teach me, and because my father thought it would be, he smiled, interesting. I have no intention of causing harm to anyone who doesn't deserve it. And who decides who deserves it? I do. The same as anyone. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then I suppose we understand each other, at least in broad terms. He stood, and Harry stood with him. My door is always open to you, Harry. As is my advice, should you want it. I may not be able to protect you, but I can still teach you, if you'll let me. Harry extended his hand. Dumbledore took it, and to his credit, the old wizard didn't flinch at the static buzz, the faint crackle, the sensation of touching something that existed in more than one place at once. Thank you for the tea, Professor. Thank you for the honesty, Harry. I imagine that was, not easy. My father taught me that honesty, properly deployed, is more disorienting than any lie. Harry's smile sharpened. You're welcome to verify anything I've told you. You won't find evidence that contradicts it. I don't doubt that. Dumbledore released his hand. One more thing. The man in the purple turban, Professor Quirrell. You noticed something about him. It wasn't a question. Harry's eyes sharpened. Yes. I'd appreciate it if you were, careful. Around him. Careful for his sake, or mine. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but differently now. Harder. I haven't decided yet. Harry laughed. Genuine, warm, surprised. I like you, Professor. You're cleverer than most people let you be. I find that being underestimated is its own kind of armor. My father would agree. Harry turned to leave, paused at the door. I meant what I said. I'm not here to cause trouble. But I'm also not here to be controlled, or positioned, or used as a piece in someone else's game. We'll get along best if that's understood from the start. Perfectly understood, Mr. Potter. Perfectly understood. Harry left. The gargoyle sealed behind him and he walked back toward Gryffindor Tower through corridors that were starting to feel familiar, past paintings that whispered and suits of armor that watched and through shafts of late afternoon sunlight that turned the dust motes golden. He'd told the truth. Not all of it, not the details, not the specifics of what hell actually was, but the shape of it. The fact of it. And Dumbledore had accepted it, which meant the old man was either wiser than Harry expected or more adaptable. Either way, it was good. Having Dumbledore as an ally, or at least not an enemy, would make the year more pleasant. As for Quirrell, Harry's scar prickled as he thought the name. The thing inside the turban. The parasitic presence he'd sensed. He knew what it was, the pieces fit too neatly for anything else. Voldemort. Diminished, desperate, clinging to a host like a spiritual parasite. Hiding in plain sight in a school full of children and a headmaster who clearly already knew. Dumbledore was letting it play out. Watching. Waiting to see what Voldemort would do. Using the school as a, Harry stopped walking. His smile disappeared for a moment, just a moment, and then returned, wider. Oh. Dumbledore was using the school as a trap. The third-floor corridor. Whatever was behind that locked door. Bait for a weakened Dark Lord. And Harry, the boy who lived, returned from the dead, the prophesied nemesis, was, whether Dumbledore admitted it or not, part of that trap. Interesting. Harry wasn't offended. In fact, he was amused. Dumbledore was playing chess with Voldemort, and Harry had just walked onto the board as a piece that neither player had anticipated. Not a pawn, not a knight, not a king to be protected. Something else entirely. He kept walking, whistling a jazz tune that echoed off the ancient stones in frequencies that made the paintings shiver, and somewhere in the depths of the castle, a man in a purple turban felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up and his master's voice, thin, desperate, commanding, whisper, avoid the boy. At all costs, avoid the boy. Sunday brought flying lessons. The Gryffindors and Slytherins gathered on the grounds under a crisp blue sky, broomsticks laid out in rows on the grass. Madam Hooch, yellow eyes, short gray hair, the manner of someone who'd seen too many children fall from great heights, explained the basics. Hold your hand over the broom. Say, up. The broom would respond to your authority. Up. Harry said, and his broom launched into his hand with enough force to make Madame Hooch jump. It wanted him, or rather, it responded to the magic he projected, which was considerably more than an 11-year-old should possess. Most of the other students struggled. Hermione's broom rolled over. Ron's hit him in the face. Neville's didn't move at all, until it suddenly did, shooting up with Neville clinging to it, 30 feet, 40 feet, screaming, Longbottom. Longbottom. Madame Hooch was shouting, but Neville was out of earshot, the broom bucking wildly, and then, he fell. Harry moved. He didn't think about it, didn't calculate, just moved, kicked off the ground and the broom responded like an extension of his body, shooting upward in a smooth arc. The wind hit his face and something sang in him, something ancient and joyful and free. Flying. This was flying, not teleportation, not demonic levitation, but physical flight with wind and speed and the ground falling away. He caught Neville 12 feet from the ground, one arm snagging the boy's robes in an iron grip, the other controlling the broom with instinctive precision. They pulled up hard, momentum dying, and Harry set Neville down on the grass as gently as if he'd been carrying a teacup. Neville was white-faced and shaking. You're fine, Harry said. Breathe. The class was staring. Madame Hooch was staring. Even the Slytherins were staring. Draco Malfoy's mouth was actually hanging open, which Harry filed away as delightful. Mr. Potter, Madame Hooch said, and her voice was doing something complicated between discipline and awe. That was, you're not supposed to, that was incredible flying. Thank you. Have you flown before? Never. She looked at him. Looked at the broom. Looked at the sky. I'm telling Minerva about this, she muttered, almost to herself. Team needs a seeker. Draco had recovered his composure. He was looking at Harry with narrowed eyes, and Harry could practically see the wheels turning. Then Draco did something unexpected, he started to clap. Slow, deliberate. Not mocking. Acknowledging. Well, Potter, Draco said. At least you're not boring. I try, Harry said. Life's too short for boring. Believe me, I've seen what comes after, and it's infinitely long. Draco blinked, clearly not understanding. But something in Harry's tone, the weight of it, the absolute honesty, made him pause. File away. Recalculate. The lesson continued. Harry flew like he'd been born in the air, loops, dives, turns that defied what a school broom should be capable of. Joy poured off him, pure and uncomplicated. In hell, there was no sky. No wind. No flight. This was new, and it was wonderful, and for the length of the lesson, Harry wasn't a mystery or a threat or a political piece. He was just a boy who had found something that made him happy. Ron cheered from below. Hermione looked nervous but proud. And somewhere in a tower overlooking the grounds, McGonagall watched with the expression of a woman who just solved a problem, the Gryffindor Quidditch team seeker problem, specifically, and was very pleased with the solution. That evening, in the common room, Harry sat by the fire with Ron and Hermione and felt the weight of the week settle around him. A good weight. The weight of a life being built, a place being made, a role being grown into. Harry. Hermione said, looking up from her charms essay. Are you happy here? He looked at her. At Ron beside her, half asleep with a chess book open on his chest. At the common room full of Gryffindors talking, laughing, living. At the fire that crackled without hunger, without malice, just warmth. Yes, he said. I think I am. Good. She smiled, genuine, warm, the kind of smile that people gave when they meant something. Because we're happy you're here. Even if you are ridiculously mysterious and slightly terrifying, and the Sorting Hat is reportedly still having nightmares about you. The hat doesn't sleep. It does now. The caretaker found it whimpering at 3 in the morning. Harry laughed. The static in it was barely noticeable, just a trace, just a flavor, like spice in something sweet. I'll send it a note of apology. You should. Honestly, Harry, your first week and you've already traumatized a sentient artifact, terrified 3 professors, and been written about in the Daily Prophet. What are you going to do for an encore? Harry's smile widened, the real one, the one that reached his eyes and went all the way down to wherever he kept the parts of himself that weren't for public consumption. Something interesting. The fire crackled. The radio in his pocket hummed softly, as if laughing. And outside, the castle settled into its 1,000-year-old bones, adjusting, slowly, carefully, to the new thing that lived inside it. Something was coming. Harry could feel it, in the prickle of his scar, in the pulse of the castle's magic, in the careful dance Dumbledore was orchestrating. Voldemort in his turban, the bait behind the third-floor door, the prophecy ticking like a clock in the background. This year would not end quietly. Harry was counting on it. Chapter 3, Lessons in Mortality. October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhalation, the grounds turning gold and rust, the lake going dark and still, the air sharpening into something that bit at exposed skin. Harry watched the season change with fascination. Hell didn't have seasons. Hell had moods, Alastor's moods, mostly, which affected the weather in a 3-block radius around the tower, but nothing like this. This slow, inevitable transformation of a world cycling through its own death and rebirth. He'd been at Hogwarts for a month now, and he'd learned several things. First, mortal magic was simultaneously more limited and more elegant than what he'd been taught. In Hell, magic was brute force, will imposed on reality, power measured in how much of the world you could bend before it broke. Here, it was architecture. Precision. Wand movements and incantations that channeled magic through established pathways like water through pipes. Less raw power, but cleaner. More refined. Harry was learning to appreciate the artistry even as he exceeded the boundaries. Second, people were afraid of him, and they were getting more afraid. Not everyone. Ron and Hermione had moved past fear into something like comfortable familiarity, the way one gets used to living near a dormant volcano. But the wider school watched him with a wariness that was growing rather than fading. Every class he attended, every spell he cast with effortless precision, every moment the static in his voice peaked or the air around him shifted, it accumulated. Rumors bred rumors. The Hat's scream was already school legend. Third, Professor Quirrell was avoiding him with increasingly desperate creativity. This last point amused Harry enormously. In their first defense against the dark arts class, Quirrell had taken one look at Harry, or rather, the thing inside Quirrell's turban had felt Harry, and the man had gone white, stuttered through the remaining 30 minutes of class without looking in Harry's direction once, and dismissed them early. Every class since had followed the same pattern. Quirrell wouldn't call on Harry. Wouldn't make eye contact. Would physically move to the far side of the classroom if Harry shifted in his seat. The other students thought Quirrell was just nervous. That his stutter and his fear were personality traits, remnants of whatever trauma had supposedly happened to him in Albania. Only Harry knew the truth, that the terror wasn't Quirrell's, it was his passengers, and Voldemort was experiencing something he hadn't felt in decades. Genuine dread. Harry found it hilarious. The morning of October 31st, Halloween, which apparently meant something in the wizarding world beyond the usual significance, Harry woke to the radio humming on his nightstand. Not a call, just ambient noise, Alastor's broadcast bleeding through, as it sometimes did when the dimensional barrier thinned. Halloween was one of those times, Harry had learned. The veil between worlds grew gossamer thin on this day, and hell pressed closer to the mortal plane. He got up, dressed, and went down to breakfast. The great hall was decorated, live bats fluttering among the candles, massive carved pumpkins grinning from every surface, streamers of orange and black draped from the enchanted ceiling. Festive. Fun. Harry smiled at it, genuinely, warmly. In hell, celebrations tended to involve significantly more bloodshed. Happy Halloween, Hermione said as he sat down. She was already eating, textbook propped open beside her plate. Charms today, they were learning the levitation charm. She'd been practicing the wand movement for days. Happy Halloween, Harry returned. You look determined. I've been researching the Wingardium Leviosa incantation. The stress has to fall on the Gar and the Osa, otherwise you get what happened to Wizard Baruffio in 1732, who said Wingardium Leviosa wrong and ended up with a buffalo on his chest. Yes, I've read about it. Hermione's eye twitched. Do you read ahead in every subject? I read at my own pace. My pace happens to be ahead. That's incredibly annoying. So I've been told. Ron dropped into the seat next to Harry with a yawn that threatened to dislocate his jaw. Was it? We talking about how Harry's annoyingly good at everything? We were talking about charms class, Hermione said primly. Same thing. Ron loaded his plate with sausages. Bet you 10 galleons Harry does the charm first try. Wandless. I'll use my wand, Harry said. Professor Flitwick gets nervous when I don't. He gets nervous when you do, mate. Just less nervous. This was true. Flitwick, tiny, enthusiastic, formerly a dueling champion, had developed a habit of standing slightly further from Harry than from other students during practical demonstrations. Not out of malice or dislike, Flitwick genuinely enjoyed Harry's abilities and squeaked with excitement at least once per class, but out of the same instinct that makes you stand back from a bonfire. Appreciation from a safe distance. Charms class that afternoon was paired with the Slytherins. They gathered in Flitwick's classroom, a bright, high-ceilinged space that smelled of chalk dust and old magic, and were each given a feather and instructed in the proper technique. Swish and flick. Flitwick demonstrated from atop his stack of books. Remember, swish and flick. And the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Nice and clear. The class set to work. Harry watched the others first, their struggles, their fumbles, their faces scrunched in concentration. Seamus set his feather on fire. Ron was jabbing his wand aggressively and achieving nothing. Hermione was, you're saying it wrong, Hermione told Ron, unable to help herself. It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosa. Ron's ears went red. You do it then, if you're so clever. Hermione did. Perfect incantation, perfect wand movement, her feather rose elegantly off the desk and hovered. Flitwick clapped with delight. Ron looked like he'd swallowed something unpleasant. Harry said nothing but noted the hurt flicker across Hermione's face when Ron muttered something under his breath to Seamus. Harry raised his own feather. He used his wand, as promised, but the feather didn't merely rise. It launched upward, hit the ceiling, and stayed there, pressing against the stone with enough force to embed itself slightly. Oh my, Flitwick said, craning his neck. A bit much force, perhaps, Mr. Potter. Apologies, Professor. Harry brought the feather back down, gently this time, and set it rotating in a slow spiral above his desk. Then, because he was feeling whimsical, he made it fold itself into a small origami crane and fly a lap around the classroom before settling on his desk in perfect stillness. The class stared. Draco, 2 rows over, had stopped mid-incantation to watch. His expression was unreadable. Extraordinary, Flitwick breathed. Truly extraordinary. 20 points to Gryffindor. After class, Harry caught up with Hermione in the corridor. She was walking fast, books clutched to her chest, face carefully blank in the way that meant she was trying not to show something. Ron didn't mean it, Harry said, falling into step beside her. Mean what? He didn't say anything. He muttered that you were a nightmare who had no friends. Harry said it plainly, not cruel, just honest. Alastor had taught him that pretending not to hear things didn't make them unheard. He was embarrassed because you corrected him in public. It wasn't about you. It was about him. Hermione stopped walking. Her eyes were bright, too bright. Well, he's right, isn't he? I am a nightmare. I can't help it, I know things and I want people to know them too, and nobody, she swallowed. Before Hogwarts, I didn't have any friends. I thought magic school would be different. It is different. You have me. She looked at him. The vulnerability in her face was raw and uncomfortable and real, and Harry understood it in a way that surprised him. In hell, vulnerability was weakness. You didn't show it, you didn't feel it, you didn't, but he wasn't in hell. And Hermione wasn't a demon. She was an 11-year-old girl who was lonely and trying to hide it behind brilliance, and Harry recognized that particular armor because he wore his own version of it. You have me, he repeated. And you'll have Ron too, once he extracts his foot from his mouth. He's not cruel, he's clumsy. There's a difference. Hermione wiped her eyes quickly, roughly. You really think so? I know so. Go get ready for the feast. Wear something that makes you feel good. Tonight's going to be a good night. She managed a smile, watery, but real, and headed toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry watched her go, then turned and walked the other direction. He had something to do first. He found Ron in the courtyard, sitting on a bench looking miserable. Good. Guilt was appropriate. She heard you, Harry said without preamble, sitting beside him. Ron flinched. What? Hermione. She heard what you said about her after charms. She's crying about it. In case that matters to you. Ron went pale, then red, then a complicated purple. I didn't mean, it just came out, she was being right. You were being wrong. And instead of accepting that with grace, you punished her for it. Harry's voice was even, calm, but the static crackled at its edges, just slightly, just enough to make Ron's spine straighten. She's lonely, Ron. She's been lonely her whole life, and she came here hoping it would be different, and today you confirmed her worst fear about herself. That matters. Ron stared at the ground. His ears were crimson. I'm a prat. Yes. I should apologize. Yes. Tonight. At the feast. I'll find her and, yeah. He looked up. Thanks. For telling me. You didn't have to. You're my friend. She's my friend. I don't let things fester between people I care about. Rot spreads. Harry stood. See you at the feast. He walked away, leaving Ron to his guilt and his good intentions, and headed back into the castle. The afternoon was fading, the light going amber and long, and somewhere in the depths of the building, Harry felt something shift. A vibration. A wrongness. Like a string being plucked out of tune, felt rather than heard. He paused in a corridor, head tilted. Listening. His senses, the ones that hell had sharpened, the ones that operated on frequencies mortal humans couldn't perceive, were picking up something. Movement. Something large, something stupid, something that smelled like death and decay and stone. He filed it away and kept walking. Whatever it wasn't a threat to him. But it was in the castle, and it shouldn't be, and that was information worth having. The Halloween feast was magnificent. 1,000 candles floated in the great hall. The pumpkins grinned with fire in their bellies. The food was extraordinary, every dish seemed touched with something extra, some seasonal magic that made the flavors deeper and richer. Harry ate and laughed and talked with Ron, who was vibrating with nervous energy, waiting for the right moment to find Hermione and apologize. Hermione wasn't at the table. Harry noticed within minutes. Her usual seat between Parvati and Lavender was empty, and when he asked, Parvati said, "She's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Crying, I think. Harry's jaw tightened. Just slightly, a fraction of a degree, but Ron saw it and looked sick with guilt. I'll go find her after. The doors to the great hall banged open. Professor Quirrell ran in, turban askew, robes torn, face the color of old parchment, and screamed, "Troll! Troll in the dungeons!" He stood swaying for a moment, eyes wild. "Thought you ought to know." And then he fainted. Or pretended to. Harry watched him crumple with clinical interest and noticed that the fall was just a touch too controlled, the positioning just a bit too convenient. Performance, Harry thought. That's a performance. The hall erupted into chaos. Students screaming, standing, pushing. Dumbledore stood and his voice cut through the panic like a blade. Silence. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Order began to reassert itself. Students moving, flowing toward exits, prefects herding. Harry stood perfectly still in the middle of the current and thought, Hermione. Girls' bathroom. She didn't know about the troll. And the wrongness he'd felt earlier, the large, stupid, death-smelling thing in the castle. Ron, Harry said. Hermione doesn't know. Ron's face went white. The bathroom, she's in the bathroom, the troll, come on. They moved against the crowd, slipping through the flow of students heading for dormitories, ducking into a side corridor when Percy, Ron's prefect brother, passed by looking officious. Harry led, moving fast, following two things simultaneously, the trail of Hermione's magical signature, bright, anxious, isolated, and the trail of the thing that shouldn't be here, dull, massive, rank. They converged at the same point. Harry broke into a run. The smell hit them first, like a public sewer crossed with an abattoir, thick enough to coat the tongue. Then the sound, grunting, heavy footsteps, the crash of something being smashed. Ron gagged beside him. Harry just moved faster, rounding a corner and, the troll was enormous. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, lumpy as a boulder, carrying a club the size of a small tree. It was standing in the corridor outside the girls' bathroom, and as Harry watched, it smashed through the door frame and lumbered inside. A scream. Hermione's scream. Harry's smile vanished. The static in the air exploded. Not subtly, not the background hum that people could ignore, a full, violent burst of electromagnetic interference that blew out every torch in the corridor and cracked the stones beneath Harry's feet. Ron stumbled backward, hit by the pressure wave, and for one instant saw Harry lit only by the green light of his scar and the crackling darkness that wreathed his hands, and Harry did not look 11, did not look human, did not look like anything Ron had a word for. Then Harry was through the shattered doorway and inside the bathroom. The troll had cornered Hermione against the far wall. Sinks smashed, stalls reduced to kindling, water spraying from burst pipes. Hermione was pressed against the tiles, wand raised but hands shaking too badly to cast, face streaked with tears and terror. The troll raised its club. Harry caught the club. One hand. Mid-swing. The club, which weighed more than Harry did several times over, stopped dead in the air as if it had hit a wall. The troll grunted in confusion, pulled, and the club didn't move. Harry held it with fingers that shouldn't have had the strength, held it with magic that crackled and sparked where his skin met wood, held it with the certainty of something that had grown up fighting creatures far worse than a 12-foot mountain troll. "You're in my school," Harry said. His voice was wrong, layered, doubled, the radio static drowning out the higher frequencies until what remained was something deep and old. "You scared my friend." The troll looked down at him. Small brain. Small thoughts. But even something this stupid, could feel what was standing in front of it. It released the club and backed up a step, grunting with something that might have been the troll equivalent of panic. Harry didn't let it retreat. He moved, faster than an 11-year-old body should allow, and his open palm hit the troll's kneecap. Not a punch. Not a spell. Just impact, focused through magic that hell had taught him to channel through his body like current through a wire. The knee shattered. The troll screamed, a horrible, animal sound, and toppled sideways, crashing through more sinks, sending a wave of water across the ruined floor. It tried to rise. Harry stepped on its hand, the one reaching for the fallen club, and pressed down. Bones crunched. The troll screamed again. "Stay down," Harry said. The static was fading now, pulling back like a tide. His voice was returning to normal, almost. Almost. "I won't ask twice." The troll, for all its stupidity, stayed down. Silence. Water running. The echo of screams fading into whimpers. Harry turned and looked at Hermione, still pressed against the wall, staring at him with eyes so wide the whites were visible all around. "Are you hurt?" Harry asked. His voice was his again, warm, controlled, the static a whisper rather than a roar. He extended his hand toward her. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. How, Hermione? Are you hurt?" "No," she managed. "No, I'm fine, Harry." Ron appeared in the doorway, white-faced, wand drawn, looking at the troll on the ground and Harry standing over it like a conqueror, and said, "Bloody hell." Heavy footsteps in the corridor. Voices. Teachers arriving at a run, McGonagall first, her face like thunder, wand blazing with light. Behind her, Snape, limping slightly, Harry noted, interesting, and Quirrell, who took one look at the scene and actually vomited. Or pretended to. McGonagall stopped in the destroyed doorway and took in the scene, ruined bathroom, groaning troll, 3 first-year students, and Harry Potter standing in the middle of it all looking completely unruffled except for the water soaking his shoes. "Explain," she said. One word. Loaded with authority. Hermione didn't know about the troll, Harry said simply. "Ron and I came to warn her. We arrived at the same time the troll did. I dealt with it." "You dealt with it?" McGonagall looked at the troll. Its knee was visibly shattered, bone fragments visible through grey skin. It was whimpering, actually whimpering, its tiny eyes fixed on Harry with raw terror. A fully grown mountain troll. "It wasn't very smart," Harry offered. McGonagall's mouth worked silently. Snape, behind her, was staring at Harry with an expression that had moved past hostility into something more complex, a kind of horrified respect, maybe, or the look of a man rapidly recalculating the threat assessment of someone he dismissed. "You should not have been here," McGonagall said, and her voice was carefully controlled in the way it got when she was feeling something strongly and refusing to show it. "You should have gone to your dormitory with the others." "If I had," Harry said mildly, "Hermione would be dead." The words landed like stones. Nobody spoke. Hermione made a small sound. 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said. For disobeying instructions. Then, after a pause that seemed to cost her something, and 20 points to Gryffindor. For exceptional bravery and, she looked at the troll again, frankly alarming combat ability in a first-year student. "I'll be wanting a word with you tomorrow, Mr. Potter." "Of course, Professor." Teachers swept in to deal with the troll, levitating it out, vanishing the debris, repairing the plumbing. Hermione was led away by McGonagall for a health check. Ron and Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence, the kind of silence that happens when someone has seen something they're still processing. They were halfway up the 7th-floor corridor when Ron said, "Harry." "Yes." "What are you?" Harry stopped. Turned. Looked at Ron, freckled, honest, scared, loyal, and made a decision. "I was raised in hell, Ron. Literally. The afterlife. By a demon called Alastor. I've been there since I was a baby." Ron stared at him. Blinked. Stared some more. "I'm telling you because you're my friend and you deserve to know. And because after what you just saw, lying seems pointless. Hell, Ron repeated. Actual hell. Actual hell. Like, fire and brimstone. More like, fire and jazz music and a sentient city that occasionally eats its residents. But yes. Ron was quiet for a very long time. They started walking again. Climbed through the portrait hole. The common room was full of agitated Gryffindors talking about the troll. Ron and Harry climbed the stairs to their dormitory in silence. At the door, Ron said, "Does it change anything? Like, are you evil?" Harry considered the question seriously. "I don't think so. I don't want to hurt people who don't deserve it. I care about you and Hermione. I like Quidditch and chocolate and learning new magic. I just also grew up somewhere that most people would find unpleasant." Ron nodded slowly. Processing. Then, right. Okay. Hell. Sure. Yeah. I need to sleep on that one, mate. He paused. "We're still friends though." It wasn't a question, but Harry answered it anyway. "We're still friends." Good. Because I reckon I need a friend who can punch out a troll, the way this year's going. Ron managed a grin, shaky, but real. "Night, Harry." "Good night, Ron." They went to bed. Harry lay in the dark again, and this time he did reach for the radio, turned the dial, heard the static resolve into warmth. "I heard that broadcast," Alastor said immediately. "The dimensional membrane is thin tonight." "I felt you flare, Harry." "What happened?" "A troll. In the school. Someone let it in. And you handled it." "It threatened Hermione." "Ah." Alastor's voice carried something that might have been approval, might have been pride, might have been the particular satisfaction of a parent whose child has demonstrated a lesson perfectly. "You protected your own. Good. I was loud about it. The teachers saw. They're going to have more questions. Let them ask. You answered with action tonight, you protected an innocent, you subdued a threat, and you did it without killing. That's restraint, Harry. That's control. They can't fault you for control. Snape's afraid of me now. Good. Fear from the intelligent is a compliment." A pause. "The troll, it didn't get in on its own." "No. Quirrell let it in. As a distraction." "For what?" "The third floor. Whatever Dumbledore's guarding. Quirrell, or rather, the thing riding Quirrell, wants it." "And are you going to let him have it?" Harry smiled in the dark. "Not particularly. That's my boy. Be careful, Harry. Not because you need to be, but because carelessness is boring. Good night, Dad." "Good night. Happy Halloween." The radio went silent. Harry set it down and stared at the canopy of his bed and thought about trolls and turbans and the look on Hermione's face, not the terror, the after. The way she'd looked at him when the static faded and he was just Harry again. Not afraid. Not repulsed. Not running. Odd. And then, immediately after, curious. That was why he liked her. Fear was boring. Curiosity was magnificent. The next morning, Hermione was waiting for them at breakfast. Not tentatively, not at a distance, sitting in her usual seat, looking composed and determined, with 3 textbooks and a piece of parchment covered in questions. "I have a list," she said as Harry and Ron sat down. "Of course you do," Ron said, but fondly. Something had shifted between them overnight, shared trauma did that. Ron had tried to come save her too, even if Harry had done the actual saving. That counted. "I'm not going to ambush you at the table," Hermione continued, looking at Harry. "But when you're ready, when it's private, I want to understand. Not everything. Just, enough." "Enough for what?" "Enough to stop being confused." She poured tea with steady hands. I don't like being confused. And you, Harry Potter, are the most confusing thing I've ever encountered, and I once tried to understand quantum physics at age 8. Did you succeed? Partially. I expect this will be similar. Harry laughed, that real laugh, the one that crackled only faintly, the one that made Ron relax and Hermione smile. After dinner tonight. The three of us. I'll tell you what I told Ron, plus whatever else you need. Thank you. Now eat your toast. We have potions first period and I want to see if Snape manages to look me in the eye today. He didn't. Snape, who had previously avoided looking at Harry out of hostility, now avoided it out of something else entirely. Their potions lesson was almost surreal in its normalcy, no barbed comments, no pointed questions, no attempts at legitimacy. Just instruction, delivered to the class as a whole, with Snape positioning himself at maximum distance from Harry's station at all times. Ron noticed. Is he scared of you? He saw what I did to the troll. Yeah, but he's a teacher. He's supposed to be, he's also very smart. Smart people recognize when something is outside their weight class. Harry measured powdered moonstone with precise fingers. I don't want him scared. I'll talk to him eventually. But for now, it's fine. The weeks after Halloween brought a shift in Harry's Hogwarts experience. The troll incident couldn't be kept secret, too many people had seen the aftermath, and the rumor mill ground fast. By November, the entire school knew that Harry Potter had single-handedly defeated a mountain troll with his bare hands. The details varied wildly in the retelling, some versions had him killing it, others had him wrestling it, one creative account had him eating it, but the core truth remained, Harry Potter was dangerous in a way that first years weren't supposed to be. Some students pulled away. The whispers in corridors increased. Harry would enter a room and conversation would pause, briefly, awkwardly, before resuming. It didn't bother him. In hell, being feared was normal. Being feared and still having friends was better than normal. Because the flip side of fear was fascination. Students who weren't afraid of Harry were very interested in him, approaching with questions, wanting demonstrations, seeking proximity to the thing that made him different. Neville, who Harry had saved from the broom, who Harry had defended in class, who Harry spoke to with consistent kindness, Neville gravitated toward their little group like a planet finding its orbit. Quietly, without announcement, he became a fourth presence at their table, in their study sessions, in the space that Harry was building around himself. You collect people, Hermione observed one evening in the library, surrounded by books and the silence that Madame Pants enforced with terrifying efficiency. Like gravity. My father does the same thing, Harry said. People want to be near power. The trick is making sure they're near you because they want to be, not because they're compelled to be. Is that a trick you learned, there? It's a trick I learned everywhere. People are people, Hermione. Dead or alive, mortal or demon, everyone wants the same things, safety, belonging, entertainment. Provide those and they'll follow you anywhere. That sounds manipulative. It sounds like leadership. The difference is intent. I don't want followers. I want friends. The distinction matters. She studied him in that way she did, cataloging, cross-referencing, filing away. They'd had their conversation, the three of them, by the lake on a cold November evening, Harry explaining hell and Alastor and his childhood with the clinical detachment of someone describing a foreign country rather than a traumatic experience. Ron had been quiet, processing. Hermione had asked 37 questions, Harry counted, and taken mental notes on every answer. In the end, they'd accepted it. Not because it was easy, not because it was normal, but because Harry was Harry, the same person he'd been before they knew, just with context now. The smile was the same. The kindness was the same. The faint static was just him. Have you looked into the third-floor corridor yet? Hermione asked, dropping her voice to barely audible. Not yet. I'm letting Quirrell make his moves first. I want to see what he does. You're treating it like a game. I'm treating it like a hunt. The difference is patience. That's worse, Harry. He grinned at her. Probably. Quidditch arrived, and with it, Harry's introduction to competitive sport in the mortal world. McGonagall had made good on Madame Hooch's report. Within a week of flying lessons, Harry had been introduced to Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, a broad-shouldered fifth year with the intensity of a war general, and handed a Nimbus 2000, which was apparently the best broom available. Wood had explained the rules, the positions, the strategies. Harry had understood immediately. Seeker. Find the snitch. End the game. It was simple and elegant, and it appealed to the predator in him, the part that hell had sharpened into a hunting instrument. His first game was in November, against Slytherin. The entire school turned out, hundreds of students packing the stands, house colors everywhere, the roar of anticipation so loud it was physical. Harry mounted his broom in the changing room after Wood's speech, passionate, slightly unhinged, definitely too long. The rest of the team was nervous, tense shoulders, jittery hands, forced laughter. Harry was perfectly calm. Combat he'd done since childhood. Competition with witnesses. That was just performance with stakes. They flew out to cheering. The Slytherin team was already in position, green and silver, sneering, looking at Harry with the particular disdain reserved for first years who'd broken tradition. Their seeker was a sixth-year named Terence Higgs, bigger, stronger, more experienced. Harry didn't care about any of that. Madame Hooch released the balls. The snitch glinted gold for one instant, Harry's eyes tracked it, locked on, memorized its trajectory, and then it vanished. The game began. Harry flew high. Above the action, above the bludgers and the chasers and the roar of the crowd. He hovered and watched and felt the air, currents, temperature shifts, the displacement of something small and fast moving through the atmosphere. In hell, you learn to track things you couldn't see. You learn to sense movement by its absence, the way air reacted, the way light bent, the way reality flexed around something trying to avoid detection. The snitch had no chance. But Harry didn't catch it immediately. Alastor had taught him that a show was a show, and ending it too quickly cheated the audience. So he flew, really flew, for the joy of it. Dives and rolls and feints that made the crowd gasp. He drew Higgs into a chase, let the other seeker think he'd spotted the snitch, then pulled up at the last instant and left Higgs hurtling toward the ground in a barely controlled dive. The crowd loved it. Fred and George Weasley nearly fell off their brooms laughing. Ron was screaming from the stands. Then Harry's broom lurched. Not a natural movement. Not wind, not turbulence. Something pulled at his broom, a spell, a jinx, something reaching through the magic of the nimbus and trying to wrest control away. Harry's hands tightened on the handle. His senses flared, reaching out, searching for the source, there. In the stands. Two magical signatures reaching toward him. One from Snape, dark, intense, muttering, and Harry could feel the intent, counter-curse. Snape was fighting something. The other, Quirrell. Quirrell's eyes were fixed on Harry, and the thing inside his turban was pushing, reaching through Quirrell's magic to interfere with the broom, to throw Harry off, Harry almost laughed. Instead, he let his own magic pulse, once, hard, a burst of static that raced down the broom and back along the connection the curse was using, back to its source. In the stands, Quirrell flinched as if struck. His concentration broke. The broom stabilized. And Harry, without pausing, without acknowledging that anything had happened, dove. 60 feet straight down, arm outstretched, the wind tearing at his robes and his glasses and his smile, and his fingers closed around the snitch. The crowd erupted. Harry pulled up 3 feet from the ground, broom skidding to a horizontal hover, and held up the golden ball in his fist. It fluttered its wings against his fingers. Around him, the Gryffindor team was landing, screaming, piling onto him. Wood was actually crying. The score was 170-60. Victory. In the stands, Hermione was jumping up and down. Ron was hugging a stranger. Neville had fainted and been caught by Seamus. And up in the staff section, Dumbledore was clapping politely while his eyes tracked between Harry, Quirrell, and Snape with the focused attention of a man watching several plans unfold simultaneously. After the celebration, the common room party, the butterbeer someone had smuggled in, the congratulations from students he'd never spoken to, Harry sat in a window alcove and thought about what had happened. Quirrell, Voldemort, had tried to kill him. Openly, in front of the school, with hundreds of witnesses. That was desperate. That was reckless. That was the action of someone who was afraid and letting the fear drive them. Good, Harry thought. Afraid people make mistakes. Mistakes create openings. He pulled out the radio. Didn't turn it on. Just held it, felt its warmth, its familiar hum. He didn't need to talk to Alastor tonight. He just needed the reminder that he wasn't alone, that there was someone in the universe who knew exactly what he was and loved him for it. Be patient, he told himself. Let them move. Let them think they're in control. And when the time comes, his smile widened in the darkness. Make it interesting. November bled into December. Snow came to Hogwarts, transforming the castle and grounds into something from a Christmas card, white and pristine and impossibly beautiful. Harry had never seen snow. Hell had weather, acid rain, fire storms, the occasional blizzard of ash, but not snow. Not this clean, soft, silent thing that covered the world in white and made everything feel new. He stood in the courtyard one morning, face tilted to the sky, letting flakes land on his skin and melt. They were cold. He'd known they would be, he'd read about snow, studied it, understood the physics. But knowing was different from feeling. You've never seen snow before, Hermione said from behind him. Not a question. No. Hell doesn't have weather. It has weather. Just, angrier weather. She came to stand beside him. They watched the snow together in silence, comfortable silence, the kind that only formed between people who'd passed through something together. The troll, the truth, the weeks of adjustment. They'd come out the other side as something solid. Harry, she said after a while. The third-floor corridor. I've been researching. Whatever's hidden there, it's guarded. Multiple enchantments, multiple teachers contributing protections. That means it's valuable and it's at risk. Yes. And Quirrell wants it. Not Quirrell. What's inside Quirrell? Hermione shuddered. She hadn't seen Voldemort's face, nobody had, but Harry had described what he sensed, the parasitic presence, the dark magic wrapped around Quirrell's soul like a vine strangling a tree. It disturbed her. She was someone who needed the world to make sense, and the idea of a soul fragment riding a living host was aggressively wrong by every magical principle she'd studied. When are you going to do something about it? When the time is right. How will you know when that is? Harry looked at her. Smiled. I'll know. Trust me. I do, she said. That's what worries me. Christmas approached. The castle decorated itself, trees in the great hall, garlands on every banister, enchanted mistletoe that chased students through corridors. Most students signed up to go home for the holidays. Harry did not. You're staying? Ron asked, looking genuinely upset. Come to the burrow. Mum would love you, she's already sent you a jumper, I think, next year, Harry promised. This year I want to stay. There's something I need to find. The third floor thing. Something else. Something I need to see for myself. Ron looked like he wanted to argue, but Harry's tone, gentle, firm, certain, stopped him. Fine. But you're coming for Easter. Non-negotiable. Deal. The castle emptied. Students left in waves, the express bearing them home to families and warmth and normality. By Christmas Eve, Gryffindor Tower held only a handful of students. Harry, the Weasley brothers, Ron had stayed after all, claiming it was because his parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, but Harry suspected solidarity, and 2 seventh-years who were studying for NEWT's Christmas morning brought presents, an alien concept for Harry, who'd received gifts from Alastor, always interesting, often dangerous, never boring, but never wrapped packages at the foot of a bed. Ron's mother had indeed sent a jumper, emerald green, hand-knitted, with an H on the front. Harry put it on immediately and felt something catch in his throat. Someone who'd never met him had made him something with her hands. Just because her son was his friend. Just because she could. Mortality was devastating sometimes. There were other gifts, a box of chocolate frogs from Ron, a book on advanced magical theory from Hermione, a pen set from Neville. And one package with no card, wrapped in silver paper, lightweight, that fell open to reveal something that flowed like liquid silver and weighed almost nothing. An invisibility cloak. His father's, his birth father's. James Potter's. A note fluttered free, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But Harry knew who'd sent it. The handwriting matched the tea invitation. Dumbledore. Harry held the cloak and thought about what it meant. A gift freely given, or an invitation. A tool placed in his hands with the expectation that he'd use it. And use it to do what? Explore, perhaps. Find things. The kind of things that were hidden behind third-floor doors and guarded by multiple enchantments. Clever old man, Harry thought. You won't guide me directly. But you'll give me the tools and hope I find my own way. He respected it. As manipulation went, it was elegant. That night, Christmas night, Harry put on the cloak and went walking. The castle was different at night. The same corridors that buzzed with life during the day became something else after dark, silent, shadowed, ancient in a way that the daytime noise covered up. Harry moved through them like smoke, invisible, inaudible, his magic pulled tight against his skin so that even the castle's wards couldn't sense him passing. He wasn't going to the 3rd floor. Not yet. He was exploring, learning the castle's architecture, its hidden passages, its secrets. A building this old, this magical, had layers. Rooms that existed only sometimes. Corridors that led nowhere. Doors that opened to different places depending on who was looking. Harry found 7 secret passages, 3 hidden rooms, and a bathroom haunted by a ghost who was too busy crying to notice his invisible presence. He filed everything away, a map building in his mind, complete and detailed and growing with every step. Then he found the mirror. It was in an unused classroom, dusty, abandoned, cold. The mirror stood against the far wall, ornate and enormous, with an inscription carved along the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Harry read it backward without effort. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood before it. Let the cloak fall from his shoulders. Looked. The mirror showed him, himself. Standing exactly as he was. But different. In the reflection, the static around him was visible, a faint shimmer, a crackle of energy, and standing behind him was Alastor. Not reaching through a radio, not present in voice only, but there. In the mortal world. Beside him. One clawed hand on Harry's shoulder, that eternal smile directed at Harry with something that was unmistakably pride. And on Harry's other side, 2 people he didn't know. A man with messy black hair and glasses, grinning. A woman with red hair and green eyes, his eyes, smiling with tears on her face. His birth parents. James and Lily Potter. Standing with Alastor. Together. All of them. A family that couldn't exist, that shouldn't exist, living and dead and damned all together, and all of them looking at Harry with love. Harry stared at the mirror for a long time. He didn't cry. He wasn't sure he could, actually. Tear ducts worked differently when your emotional processing had been shaped by hell. But something happened in his chest, a pressure, a fullness, a sensation that was either grief or joy or something between the two that didn't have a word in any language he spoke. Interesting, he whispered to the empty room. And then, softer, hello, Mom. Dad. The figures in the mirror didn't respond. They couldn't, this was desire, not reality. But they smiled, and Alastor's reflection squeezed his shoulder, and for one long moment Harry let himself want something impossible. Then he pulled the cloak back on, turned away, and left. He didn't go back to the mirror. Desire was a trap if you lingered in it, Alastor had taught him that. Know what you want, Harry. Acknowledge it. Then move forward anyway. The wanting is just information. But he carried the image with him. Filed it away in the deepest part of his mind, where the static was thickest and nothing could reach it. His heart's desire, not power, not knowledge, not conquest. Family. Complete and together and loving him. He was human after all. January arrived cold and sharp. Students returned from holidays, the castle filled again, and Harry settled back into the rhythm of classes and friendships and the slow, patient stalking of Voldemort's movements. Because Quirrell was getting desperate. Harry could feel it, the dark magic emanating from the turban growing more frantic, more unstable. Quirrell himself was deteriorating, thinner, paler, the stutter worse, the smell of garlic and something rotten intensifying. Whatever Voldemort was doing to him was consuming him from the inside. Burning through the host. Time was running out. For Voldemort, not for Harry. But when time ran out for desperate creatures, they did desperate things. Harry watched. Waited. Smiled. And in his pocket, the radio hummed, tuned to a frequency between worlds, where a demon in a red suit broadcast jazz and laughter and the promise that when the time came, his boy would be ready. The time was coming soon. Chapter 4, Frequencies from Below. February hit Hogwarts with freezing rain and wind that cut through stone. The castle's heating charms worked overtime, fires roaring in every common room, students huddling in clusters between classes with scarves pulled to their noses. Harry barely noticed the cold, hell ran hot, and his body had adapted accordingly, his internal temperature running several degrees above normal. Ron had taken to standing close to him in corridors for warmth, which Harry found both amusing and endearing. "You're like a bloody furnace," Ron said one morning, pressed against Harry's side as they waited outside the Transfiguration classroom. "It's unnatural. Most things about me are. Yeah, but this one's useful." The door opened and they filed in, Harry taking his usual seat with Ron on his left and Hermione on his right. McGonagall was already at the front, and today she had something new on her desk, a cage containing a white mouse that was running frantically on a wheel. "Today," she said, "we will be attempting a more complex transformation. Mouse to snuffbox. The incantation is," she stopped. Frowned. Tilted her head as if listening to something. Harry heard it too, everyone did, a faint hiss, a crackle, like a radio being tuned between stations. It was coming from everywhere and nowhere. From the walls, from the ceiling, from the air itself. Then it resolved into music. Jazz. A saxophone line, smooth and golden, accompanied by piano and a rhythm section that swung with infectious energy. It filled the classroom, not loud, not overwhelming, but present in a way that couldn't be ignored. Students looked around in confusion. McGonagall's wand was out, scanning for enchantments. Harry closed his eyes. "Dad. What are you doing?" The music peaked, then faded to background, and a voice emerged from the static, warm, charming, crackling with that unmistakable radio demon distortion. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, coming to you live from the depths of the infernal abyss on a frequency I like to call slightly impossible. I do hope I'm not interrupting anything important, Oh, who am I kidding? Everything I interrupt becomes more important by virtue of my presence. McGonagall's wand was pointing at the ceiling. What in Merlin's name? Now, I understand some of you might be confused. Alarmed, even. A voice from nowhere, speaking through walls that really shouldn't be conducting radio waves at all. But don't worry, I come in peace. Well. A laugh, that distinctive Alastor laugh, all showmanship and teeth. I come in something. Peace is a strong word. Let's say I come with enthusiasm. Harry stood up. Dad. The broadcast paused. Then, delighted, Harry. There's my boy. Can you hear me clearly? The dimensional acoustics in this place are fascinating, all these wards and enchantments make for excellent reverb. Every student in the classroom was staring at Harry. McGonagall had lowered her wand, not because the threat was gone but because understanding was dawning on her face, horrible, dawning understanding. I can hear you, Harry said. So can my entire Transfiguration class. Wonderful. Hello, Transfiguration class. I'm Alastor, yes, that Alastor, for those of you with esoteric knowledge and good survival instincts, and I'm Harry's father. Adoptive, obviously. The biological ones are dead, very tragic, we don't dwell. I just wanted to check in. See how my boy's doing. Parent-teacher conferences are so important, don't you think? McGonagall's voice was steel wrapped in ice, Mr. Potter. Is that a demon speaking through my classroom walls? My adoptive father, Harry confirmed. He's enthusiastic. I can hear that. She sounds lovely. Alastor's voice crackled. Strict. Competent. Exactly the kind of educator I approve of. Tell her I said hello. He says hello. McGonagall looked like she was having a very specific kind of aneurysm, the kind reserved for people who had dedicated their lives to maintaining order and were watching it dissolve in real time. Mr. Potter, make it stop. Harry reached into his pocket, pulled out the radio, and turned the dial. Dad. You're disrupting class. Am I? How wonderful. Disruption is the soul of entertainment, Dad. A beat. The static softened. When Alastor spoke again, the performance had dialed back, just slightly, just enough to be something closer to genuine. Fine, fine. I'll retune to a private frequency. But Harry, I wasn't just calling to say hello. Something's happening. The barrier between our dimensions is weakening. Not naturally, someone on your end is pulling at it. Scratching at the veil. It has a particular flavor. Death magic. Soul magic. Something fragmented trying to become whole. Harry's smile faded. Voldemort. Possibly. Probably. Whatever it is, it's getting more aggressive. The demons on our side are starting to notice. When demons notice things happening in the mortal world, it's never because the things are pleasant. A pause. Be careful. Not because you can't handle it, because I'd rather you handled it on your terms, not his. Understood. Good boy. Now, the showmanship roared back. I'll leave you to your education. Learn something wonderful. Transform something into something else. The universe is a canvas and you, my boy, are the paintbrush. One final burst of jazz, triumphant, brassy, excessive, and then the radio went silent. The static bled from the walls. The classroom returned to normal. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Then Ron said, very quietly, so that's your dad. That's my dad. He's a lot. He really is. McGonagall sat down at her desk. She removed her glasses, pinched the bridge of her nose, and said nothing for 15 seconds. When she looked up again, her expression was composed, forcefully so, like a dam that was holding through sheer willpower. Class is dismissed early today, she said. Mr. Potter, stay behind. Everyone else, out. Students fled. Ron gave Harry a sympathetic look. Hermione squeezed his arm. Then it was just Harry and McGonagall and the mouse still running on its wheel, oblivious to everything. Sit down, McGonagall said. Harry sat. She studied him across the desk. That was real. Yes. A demon. An actual demon. Broadcasting through Hogwarts wards, wards that have stood for 1,000 years, wards designed to repel exactly this kind of intrusion. My father is exceptionally powerful. And the wards weren't designed to stop radio waves. They predate the technology by several centuries. McGonagall blinked. Then, incredibly, she laughed. Short, sharp, slightly hysterical. Radio waves. He bypassed 1,000 years of magical protection with radio waves. He's creative. He's terrifying, Mr. Potter. She composed herself. The headmaster will need to be informed. I'd be surprised if he doesn't already know. Regardless. And, she hesitated. What he said. About something pulling at the dimensional barrier. About death magic. He's not wrong. There's something in this castle, something old and broken and hungry, and it's getting more desperate. Harry met her eyes. You know what I'm talking about. McGonagall's jaw tightened. Mr. Potter, Quirrell. Or rather, what's inside Quirrell? Harry leaned forward. Professor, I've known since September. It's not subtle, not to someone with my sensory range. And I know Dumbledore knows. I know the third-floor corridor is bait. I know the game being played. I'm not going to interfere with it. He paused. Unless it becomes a danger to the students. And if it does, then I'll handle it. The way I handled the troll. McGonagall was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. The mouse ran. You're 11 years old, she said finally, and her voice was softer than he'd ever heard it. In years, yes. That's not, she stopped. Started again. I have a duty of care, Mr. Potter. To all my students. Including you. I know you're more than a normal child. But you are still a child in my house, and I will not, cannot, simply allow you to walk into danger because you believe yourself capable of handling it. I don't believe it, Professor. I know it. Harry's voice was gentle, not dismissive, not arrogant. Just certain. But I hear you. And I appreciate it. I won't be reckless. Won't you? I'll be calculated. There's a difference. She sighed. It was the sigh of a woman who knew she was outmatched in this particular argument and was choosing her battles. Fine. Keep me informed. If something changes, if the danger escalates, you come to me first. Not Dumbledore. Me. Why not Dumbledore? Because Dumbledore plays the long game, and I play the immediate one. The long game sometimes forgets that the pieces are children. She stood. Go to your next class. And for Merlin's sake, tell your father that if he broadcasts through my classroom again, I will find a way to hex him across dimensional boundaries. I'm Scottish, we hold grudges across generations. A dimensional barrier won't save him. Harry grinned. I'll pass that along. He'll love it. The broadcast didn't stay contained to one classroom. By lunch, the entire school knew. Every student, every teacher, every ghost. The Radio Demon, because of course some students had heard of him, of course some pure-blood families had records of the supernatural that extended beyond standard wizarding knowledge, had spoken through Hogwarts walls. Harry Potter's father was a demon. An actual, literal demon from actual, literal hell. The reaction split the school into factions. A significant portion was terrified, huddling in groups, sending owls home to parents, looking at Harry like he might explode at any moment. Another portion was fascinated, the same fascination that had drawn people to Harry from the start, now intensified by confirmation of what they'd only suspected. And a third group, smaller, more dangerous, was angry. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, their savior, raised by a creature of damnation. It was an outrage. A corruption. A perversion of everything his story was supposed to mean. Harry walked through all of it with his smile unchanged. "Doesn't it bother you?" Neville asked at lunch, eyes wide, as a group of Hufflepuffs at the next table literally got up and moved when Harry sat down. "No. They're saying horrible things. People say horrible things about anything they don't understand. It's not personal, it's fear wearing anger as a costume." Harry loaded his plate. "Give them time. They'll either get used to me or they won't, and either way, I'll still be here." "You really don't care what people think." "I care what you think. And Hermione. And Ron. And the people who've actually talked to me instead of talking about me." Harry looked at Neville, really looked, with the full weight of his attention, which was considerable. "Do you care about what they're saying?" Neville thought about it. Properly thought, not just reacted. "No," he said finally. "I don't. You're my friend. You saved me from that broom. You were the first person at this school who was kind to me without wanting something." He straightened his spine, a small movement, but meaningful. "Sod them. There you go." Harry clinked his goblet against Neville's. "Sod them indeed." Dumbledore called Harry to his office that afternoon. The gargoyle moved without a password this time, expecting him. Harry rode the spiral staircase up and found the headmaster not behind his desk but standing at the window, looking out over the grounds with an expression of deep thought. "Tea?" Dumbledore offered without turning. "Thank you." They sat. Fawkes trilled a greeting from his perch, and Harry hummed back. The phoenix ruffled its feathers contentedly. "Your father," Dumbledore said, "made quite an impression this morning." "He does that." The wards registered his presence as a Class 7 supernatural intrusion. That classification hasn't been triggered since 1407, when a greater demon attempted to breach the castle during a summoning gone wrong. Dumbledore sipped his tea. The difference being that in 1407, the demon was trying to break in. Your father merely broadcast. He's powerful. I've never lied about that. No. You've been remarkably honest, in fact. Which brings me to my concern. Dumbledore set down his cup and faced Harry fully. The Ministry has been contacted. By several parents. By the Daily Prophet. By members of the Wisengamot who feel that the presence of a demon's influence, however indirect, in a school full of children, is unacceptable. And what do you think? I think that you have given me no reason to doubt your character or your intentions. I think that your academic record is exemplary, your behavior toward your peers has been consistently kind, and your intervention during the troll incident saved a life. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but it was a harder twinkle, a pointed one. I also think that the Ministry can go hang. Harry blinked. Then laughed, surprised, genuine. However, Dumbledore continued, they cannot be ignored. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, has written to the Board of Governors. He's calling for an investigation. Possibly a hearing. He wants you evaluated. Evaluated for what? Dark magical corruption. Demonic possession. Undue influence. Dumbledore listed them with the calm of someone reading a grocery list. Nonsense, all of it, but legal nonsense has the weight of process behind it. They'll want to examine you. Harry's smile didn't change, but something behind it sharpened. And if I refuse? Then they'll use your refusal as evidence. The game is political, Harry. Sometimes the winning move is to play along, demonstrate that you have nothing to hide, and make them look foolish for asking. You want me to submit to examination. I want you to consider it. On your terms. With protections in place. Dumbledore leaned forward. I will not allow anyone to harm you or remove you from this school. You have my word. But I'd rather disarm this before it becomes a weapon. Harry thought about it. Turned it over, examined it from angles. Alastor's voice in his head, politics is performance with consequences. The best performers choose their stage. I'll do it, Harry said. On 2 conditions. First, I choose when and where. Not them. Second, you're present. As witness and advocate. Done and done. And Dumbledore? Harry's voice dropped the warmth. Just for a moment, just enough to remind the old wizard what sat across from him. If anyone attempts to use that examination to harm me, control me, or leverage me into anything I haven't agreed to, I won't be polite about my response. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Understood, Harry. Completely understood. He paused. There's one more thing. Your father's warning, about something pulling at the dimensional barrier. Yes. I believe he's correct. The protections on the 3rd floor have been tested. Recently. Someone has been probing them, learning the sequence of defenses. His eyes were very serious. The timeline is accelerating. Quirrell. I believe so. But I need to be certain before I act. Accusing a teacher without proof, you have proof. I am proof. I can feel Voldemort on him like a stench. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Your senses are beyond what I can verify independently. The Wizengamot would not accept a student could feel dark magic as grounds for arrest. So you're waiting for him to make his move. I'm waiting for the right moment. As are you, I believe. They looked at each other, 2 players acknowledging the game, acknowledging their positions, acknowledging that they were on the same side even if they were playing with different pieces. Keep me informed, Dumbledore said. And I'll do the same. We can be allies in this, Harry, without being tools of each other. Agreed. Harry stood. Extended his hand. Dumbledore shook it. Thank you for the warning about the ministry. I'll be ready. I have no doubt. Harry left. The staircase descended beneath him, and he walked out past the gargoyle into the corridor where Hermione was waiting, because of course she was, because she always was when she sensed something important was happening. Well, she asked, falling into step. The ministry's getting involved. Lucius Malfoy is pushing for an investigation into me. Hermione's face went through several expressions in rapid succession, settling on combative. That's ridiculous. On what grounds? Demonic influence. Dark corruption. General prejudice. Harry shrugged. I'll submit to examination. It'll show nothing, I'm not corrupted or possessed, I'm just different, and they'll look like fools. And if it doesn't go that smoothly, then it'll be interesting. Harry, your definition of interesting concerns me deeply. He smiled at her, warm, real, the kind of smile he reserved for people he genuinely cared about. That's why I have you. To be concerned when I'm not. She softened. Just slightly. Someone has to be. You're infuriatingly calm about everything. Panic is a waste of energy. I'd rather strategize. They walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, and Harry thought about Lucius Malfoy, a man he'd never met, moving pieces on a board he'd chosen, thinking he was playing against an 11-year-old child. The arrogance of it was almost admirable. Almost. The examination was scheduled for the following Saturday. 2 ministry officials, an Auror named Dawlish and a healer from St. Mungo's named Clearwater, arrived at Hogwarts in the morning and were escorted to a room adjacent to Dumbledore's office that had been prepared for the purpose. Harry arrived precisely on time, dressed impeccably, smile in place. Dumbledore was already there, seated to one side as promised, observer and advocate. McGonagall was also present, which surprised Harry until she said, "I'm his head of house. If you think I'm leaving him alone with ministry officials, you've lost your minds." Dawlish, a thick-necked man with the manner of someone who followed orders without thinking about them, seemed uncomfortable. Clearwater, a thin, middle-aged witch with kind eyes and competent hands, seemed more composed. "Mr. Potter," Clearwater said. "Thank you for agreeing to this. It's really just standard procedure." "It's not standard procedure," Harry corrected pleasantly. "There is no standard procedure for this situation, because this situation has never occurred before. But I appreciate the attempt to normalize it. Please, go ahead." Clearwater blinked. Adjusted. Pulled out a wand and a series of instruments. "Right. I'll be performing diagnostic spells, checking for dark magical residue, possession markers, compulsion effects, and general magical health. None of it will be painful. I know. I've read about the procedures." She began. Spells swept over Harry, pale light scanning his body, his aura, his magical core. Clearwater's instruments clicked and whirred. Dawlish watched with his hand near his wand, which Harry found both insulting and amusing. The diagnostics took 20 minutes. Clearwater's expression shifted as she worked, from professional neutrality to confusion to fascination. Her instruments gave readings she clearly didn't expect, and she ran several spells twice, 3 times, checking. "Well?" Dawlish asked impatiently. Clearwater put down her instruments. "He's clean. Clean. No dark magical corruption. No possession. No compulsion effects. No cursed objects or implants. His magical core is," she paused, choosing words carefully, "unusual. Significantly larger than expected for his age. And there are harmonics to it that I haven't seen before. Frequencies that don't match any documented magical profile." "What does that mean?" Dawlish pressed. "It means he's different. Not corrupted, different. The way a diamond is different from glass. Same basic structure, different composition." She looked at Harry. "You're healthy. Remarkably so. Whatever your upbringing has done to your magic, it hasn't damaged it. If anything, it's," she seemed to struggle with the words, "enhanced." "So there's nothing wrong with him," McGonagall said, and her voice could have frozen the lake. "Nothing diagnosable as harmful, no. Then this examination is concluded." McGonagall stood. "Mr. Potter is a healthy, non-corrupted, non-possessed student at this school, and any further attempts to suggest otherwise will be met with the full weight of Hogwarts legal protections. I trust that will be in your report." Dawlish looked like he wanted to argue but couldn't find grounds. Clearwater was already writing notes. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling with something that looked suspiciously like suppressed laughter. Harry stood, thanked them both graciously, and left with McGonagall. In the corridor, once they were out of earshot, she said, "That went well." "It went as expected." "Mr. Potter." She stopped walking. Faced him. "The harmonics she mentioned. The frequencies. Do you know what those are?" "My father's influence. Not corruption, just resonance. I grew up near something very powerful for a very long time. It left a mark." He touched his chest lightly. "It's part of me. Like the scar. Not something done to me, something I grew with." She studied him for a moment. "Then, Lucius Malfoy won't be satisfied with this result. Lucius Malfoy can be unsatisfied. I have better things to concern myself with." "Such as?" "The third-floor corridor. Whatever Quirrell is planning. The fact that there's a fragment of the most dangerous wizard in British history riding a professor like a suit of clothes." He smiled. "School stuff." McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose again. It was becoming a habit when Harry was involved. If you get yourself killed, Potter, I'll resurrect you myself just to give you detention. I believe you, Professor. The ministry report circulated within days. Harry Potter examined, found clean, no evidence of corruption. The Daily Prophet ran the story under the headline "Boy who lived cleared of dark influence, ministry investigation finds nothing." The article was mostly fair, though it mentioned Harry's unusual magical signature, in terms that invited speculation. The backlash against Lucius Malfoy was immediate and gratifying. He'd pushed for the investigation publicly, and the public result made him look like a paranoid bully targeting a child. Several members of the Wisengamot who'd supported him quietly distanced themselves. The political damage was delicious, Ron said, reading the Prophet at breakfast. Malfoy's dad looks like a complete git. He is a complete git, Harry said. But he's a smart complete git, which makes him dangerous. He'll learn from this. Adapt. You're not worried? I'm aware. There's a difference. Harry buttered his toast. Speaking of awareness, Draco's been watching me. Malfoy? He's always watching you. Differently, since the broadcast. He's not hostile anymore. He's thinking. This was true. Since Alastor's radio intrusion, Draco had undergone a visible shift. The sneering had stopped. The pointed comments had faded. In their shared classes, Draco studied Harry with an intensity that was more analytical than antagonistic, like someone recalculating the value of an asset they'd previously dismissed. Harry found it interesting. Draco was a political creature raised by a political creature, and political creatures always followed power. The question was whether Draco would follow his father's path, opposition, confrontation, or find his own. They crossed paths in the library that afternoon. Harry was alone, Hermione was in arithmancy club, Ron was at chess practice, researching wards and protective enchantments in preparation for the third floor. He felt Draco approach before seeing him, the particular magical signature, precise and cold and sharp-edged like cut crystal. Potter. Malfoy. Draco sat down across from him without invitation. Bold, but calculated, Harry could see the decision behind it, the deliberate breaking of established pattern. Can we talk? We're talking. Properly. Not, Draco gestured vaguely. Not the train thing. Not posturing. Harry set down his book. Gave Draco his full attention. All right. Draco was quiet for a moment. Gathering himself. Then, my father's made an enemy of you. Your father pushed an investigation against a child on no evidence. I wouldn't call it making an enemy, I'd call it making a mistake. Same thing, in politics. Draco's gray eyes were steady. I'm not my father. I know. Do you? Because everyone here seems to think Malfoy means one thing and one thing only. Everyone here hasn't spent 10 years learning that names are just sounds unless you let them mean more. Harry leaned back. What do you want, Draco? Specifically. Not what your family wants. What do you want? The question seemed to catch Draco off guard. He opened his mouth, closed it. Tried again. I want to, he stopped. Started over. I grew up being told what I was. What Malfoys are. What we believe. And then you show up, and you're, he waved a hand at Harry. Everything I was told to hate. Muggle raised, or something raised, Gryffindor, friends with a Weasley and a Muggleborn. But you're also the most powerful person I've ever met who isn't an adult. And you're interesting. And I was told that interesting things that don't fit the script are dangerous and should be destroyed. And I don't think I believe that anymore. Harry studied Draco. Looked past the careful posture, the practiced composure, the expensive robes. Looked at the 11-year-old underneath, raised to be a weapon for his father's ideology, beginning to realize that weapons can choose their targets. You know what you're doing right now, Harry said. Talking to you. You're being brave. That's a Gryffindor trait, and I know that offends you, but it's true. It takes courage to question what you've been taught. Especially when what you've been taught was comfortable. He extended his hand across the table. I'm not your enemy, Draco. Your father made his choices. You get to make yours. Draco looked at the hand. The same hand he'd offered on the train, reversed now, inverted, everything different. He took it. His grip was cool and firm. No static this time, Harry kept it contained, deliberate. Just a handshake. Just a beginning. I'm not joining your little group, Draco said quickly, releasing the hand. I didn't ask you to. I'm still Slytherin. Good. Slytherin needs someone who thinks for themselves. Draco almost smiled. Almost. You're insufferable, Potter. So I've been told. Repeatedly. Draco stood, gathered his dignity around him like a cloak, and walked away. But something had changed, Harry could feel it, a shift in the magnetic field between them. Not friendship. Not yet. But not enmity either. Something new. Something with potential. Harry went back to his book. Ward Theory. Third floor protections. The time was coming, he could feel it, that same accelerating urgency that Alastor had warned about. Quirrell was running out of patience, and Voldemort was running out of host, and somewhere behind a locked door at the end of a forbidden corridor, something powerful was waiting to be taken. Friday night. Late March. The castle was quiet, students in their common rooms, teachers in their offices, the corridors dark and empty except for the occasional ghost drifting through walls. Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak. Not alone, Ron and Hermione were with him, pressed close together beneath the silvery fabric, moving through the castle with practiced silence. They'd done this before, late-night expeditions to the library, to the kitchens, to rooms Harry wanted to explore. But tonight was different. Tonight had purpose. Third floor, Hermione whispered. I still think this is reckless. It's reconnaissance, Harry corrected. I need to know what Quirrell's facing. What protections are in place. If I'm going to deal with him when he makes his move, I need the full picture. And we're here because? Ron asked. Because you insisted, and because I don't want you worrying alone in the tower, and because 3 minds are better than 1. They reached the forbidden corridor. The door was locked, a simple Alohomora opened it, which told Harry that the lock was a deterrent for curious students, not a serious defense. Beyond the door was a corridor, and at its end, another door. This one radiated magic. Harry opened it. The room beyond was large, dark, and occupied. By a dog. A very large dog. A dog with 3 heads. All 6 eyes opened. All 3 mouths started to growl, a bass rumble that Harry felt in his chest, in his bones. The dog was enormous, filling the room, chained but awake, and very clearly ready to destroy anything that, Harry looked at it. Just looked. Let his magic unfurl, not aggressive, not attacking, but present. The full weight of what he was, unmasked, unrestrained. The static buzzed in the air. His eyes glowed faintly green. The 3-headed dog stopped growling. All 3 heads lowered. All 6 eyes went wide. It whimpered, a surprisingly small sound from something so massive, and pressed itself against the far wall, trying to make itself smaller. Harry, Hermione breathed. Did you just, animals are sensitive. It knows what I am. It's not going to bother us. The dog had been standing on a trapdoor. Now, with it cowering in the corner, the trapdoor was visible, a wooden hatch in the stone floor. Harry pulled it open. Darkness below. A long drop. But Harry could feel what was down there, layers of magic, different flavors, different hands. Protection after protection, stacked like a puzzle box. How many? Hermione asked. 6, I think. Maybe 7. Different enchantments, herbology, something physical, potions definitely, and, he paused, reaching deeper with his senses. Something at the center. Something old. An artifact. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said. She'd been researching, of course she had. Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore's associate, the only known maker of the stone. Eternal life. Unlimited gold. Worth killing for. Worth dying for. Voldemort wants to come back, Harry said. The stone could do it, give him a body, give him life. That's why he's here. That's why he's wearing Quirrell like a coat. So what do we do? Ron asked. His voice was steady, scared, but steady. Brave. Gryffindor to the core. We wait. We know what's here now. We know what he's after. And when he comes for it, Harry closed the trapdoor gently. I'll be waiting. They retreated. The three-headed dog didn't move until they were gone, and even then, it moved away from the door rather than toward it. They slipped back through the corridor, locked the door behind them, and made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. In the common room, fire dying to embers, they sat in a tight cluster and Harry laid it out, everything he knew, everything he suspected, everything he planned. Quirrell will make his move soon. Probably in the next few weeks, he's deteriorating too fast to wait longer. He'll need a distraction, probably another one, like the troll, and he'll go for the stone while Dumbledore's attention is elsewhere. And you'll stop him, Hermione said. Not a question. I'll stop him. Will you? Ron hesitated. Will you kill him? Harry was quiet for a moment. Considered it. Quirrell's already dead. He just doesn't know it yet, Voldemort's consuming him from the inside. There's nothing left to save. But Voldemort himself, no. I won't kill him. He's already not alive, not really. He's a fragment. A spirit. You can't kill what's already dead. Then what will you do? Harry smiled. In the dying firelight, with shadows on his face, the smile was something ancient and patient and utterly without mercy. I'll make him run. I'll make him so afraid that he runs, and keeps running, and never stops looking over his shoulder. Because a dead enemy is just gone. But a scared enemy? A scared enemy remembers. And when he eventually tries to come back, because he will, because that's what he is, he'll remember me. And he'll hesitate. And that hesitation will be his undoing. Ron and Hermione stared at him. The fire crackled. That's the most terrifying thing I've ever heard, Ron said. And the most strategic, Hermione added quietly. You're not just fighting him now. You're fighting every future version of him. My father taught me, short-term violence solves short-term problems. Long-term fear solves long-term ones. Harry's smile softened, became human again, warm, young. Don't worry. I've got this. And when it's over, we'll have the whole summer to be normal kids. Mate, Ron said. I don't think you've been a normal kid a single day in your life. Fair point. They laughed. Quietly, so as not to wake the tower. 3 11-year-olds planning to face a Dark Lord, absurd on the surface, but Harry looked at his friends and saw something hell had never given him. Not power, not fear, not leverage. Just people who chose to be beside him. Who stayed when they could have run. It was worth everything. The next 2 weeks were tense and quiet, the calm before something, the held breath of a castle that didn't know what was coming. Harry watched Quirrell with predatory patience. The professor was getting worse, twitchier, more pallid, the smell of decay growing stronger. In class, he could barely maintain the stutter anymore, his words came out in strange rhythms, sometimes one voice, sometimes another, deeper and colder and quickly suppressed. Harry attended classes. Studied. Played chess with Ron, lost spectacularly. Ron was genuinely brilliant at it. Discussed theory with Hermione. Flew his broom in the evenings, circling the castle in the cold spring air, feeling the wind on his face and the freedom in his wings. Talked to Alastor on the radio, brief check-ins, warmth and static and the reassurance of a voice that had been his anchor for 10 years. "It's almost time," Harry told the radio one night in early April. "I know," Alastor replied. "I can feel it from here. The barrier's fraying at that spot, someone's pulling hard." A pause. "You don't need my help." "No. But you have it. If it goes wrong, if something happens that's beyond what mortal magic can handle, turn the dial all the way. I'll come through. You can do that? On a night when the veil is thin? With the barrier already weakened?" That laugh, low, dangerous, the laugh of something very old and very powerful contemplating violence. "Harry, my boy. I can do anything. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Let's hope it does. I'd very much like to meet the thing that thinks it can threaten my son." Harry smiled. Set the radio down. Closed his eyes and drifted on the surface of sleep and waited for the board to shift, for the pieces to move, for the game to reach its endgame. Soon. It happened on a Tuesday. Ordinary, mundane, unremarkable Tuesday. Except that at breakfast, Dumbledore received an urgent owl. Harry watched his face change as he read it, watched the calculation happen in real time, watched the old wizard stand and make his apologies and sweep out of the hall. Called away. The distraction, not a troll this time, something cleverer, something that required Dumbledore specifically. Harry felt it click into place. Tonight. He'll go tonight. He caught Hermione's eye across the table. She'd seen it too, her face was set, determined. Ron was already tense beside her, reading the situation from their reactions. Harry nodded once. Tonight. The day crawled. Classes, meals, the ordinary rhythm of school while Harry's every sense was tuned to Quirrell, tracking his movements, his magic, his increasingly erratic behavior. The man was vibrating with barely contained energy. His master was pushing hard, demanding action, and Quirrell's resistance was crumbling. After dinner, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione aside. "He'll go after the stone tonight. Dumbledore's away, that's what the owl was about." "What do we do?" Ron asked. "You two stay here." "Absolutely not," Hermione said immediately. "Hermione, Harry Potter, if you think for 1 second that we're going to sit in the common room while you face Voldemort alone, I won't be in danger. I promise you that. But the protections, the challenges between here and the stone, some of them might be dangerous for you, and I won't risk either of you for something I can handle alone." "Then we come as far as we can," Ron said firmly. "And if there's a point where we have to stop, we stop. But we're not sending you off alone." He squared his jaw. "That's not how this works, mate. That's not what friends do." Harry looked at them. Two 11-year-olds with set jaws and steady eyes and not a trace of the fear they absolutely should have been feeling. Brave. Stupidly, magnificently brave. "All right," he said. "Together as far as we can. Then I go alone." "Agreed," Hermione said. "But Harry, if you get yourself killed, I'll never forgive you." "I won't get killed. I've survived worse than a bodiless wizard in a turban." He pulled the radio from his pocket, held it up. "And I have backup." They waited for the common room to empty. Waited for the other Gryffindors to go to bed. Waited for the castle to fall quiet and dark and ready. Then they slipped out under the cloak, 3 bodies pressed together, breathing in unison, moving through corridors they'd mapped together over months. 3rd floor. The door. And beyond it, the dog, the trapdoor, and everything that waited below. It was time. Chapter 5, The Devil. The 3-headed dog was already awake when they slipped through the door, 6 eyes tracking the shimmer of the invisibility cloak with animal awareness, nose working at the air. But it remembered. The moment Harry pulled the cloak away, all 3 heads flattened against the ground, ears back, a thin whine escaping from one of the mouths. The other 2 just stared at Harry with the resigned terror of a creature that had learned something important about the food chain. "Good boy," Harry said. "Boys. Good, all of you." "It's terrified of you," Ron whispered, staring at the massive animal reduced to a cowering mass. "That's a Cerberus. Those don't get scared of anything. Everything gets scared of something. It just depends on what walks through the door." Harry moved to the trapdoor, lifted it. "The hatch is already unlatched, Quirrell's already been through. We need to move." He dropped first. The fall was longer than expected, 3 seconds of darkness before he hit something soft that immediately began to move. Tendrils of plant wrapped around his legs, his waist, reaching for his throat. Devil's snare. Hermione had told him about it: struggled in light, killed in dark, constricted like a python around anything that panicked. Harry didn't panic. He let the tendrils touch him, let them get a good grip, and then he burned. Not fire, not light, but heat. His internal temperature spiking, radiating outward through his skin in a pulse of thermal energy that the plant recoiled from as if scalded. The tendrils released him instantly, shrinking away, and Harry dropped through onto the stone floor below. "Don't struggle," he called upward. "It lets go if you relax, or I can burn it off you." 2 thumps as Ron and Hermione landed in the plant. Hermione went limp immediately, textbook response, the snare loosening around her. Ron thrashed for 3 seconds before forcing himself still, face white, and the plant released him too. They dropped through beside Harry, breathing hard. "Right," Ron said, brushing leaves from his robes. "That's one." They moved on. The next chamber was vast and filled with flickering, swooping shapes, birds. No. Keys. Hundreds of keys with wings, darting through the air like a flock of metallic starlings. A broomstick hovered by the far wall. A heavy wooden door, locked. "We need to find the right key," Hermione said, scanning the flock. "There must be one that fits that lock, old-fashioned, probably silver, possibly damaged if Quirrell already, there." She pointed. "That one. Bent wing. Blue-silver." Harry didn't bother with the broom. He reached out with his magic, not a spell, not an incantation, just will, and the key stopped mid-flight. Hung in the air, trembling against an invisible force. Then it floated, smooth and gentle, across the room and into Harry's waiting hand. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. The look said, "We're never going to get used to that." Through the door. The next room was dark, vast, and, chess, Ron breathed. A giant chessboard stretched before them. Life-sized pieces in black and white, stone-carved, imposing. The white pieces stood on the far side, still and ready. The message was clear: cross the board by winning the game. Ron stepped forward. His shoulders were back, his jaw set, and for the first time all night he didn't look scared. He looked ready. "This one's mine." "Ron," Hermione started. "I'm good at chess. I'm brilliant at chess. This is the one thing in this bloody gauntlet I'm actually built for, so let me do it." He looked at Harry. "Let me." Harry nodded. "It's yours." Ron directed them to positions, Harry a bishop, Hermione a castle, himself a knight. Then he played. And he played beautifully. Every move precise, every sacrifice calculated, every piece deployed with the instinct of someone who saw the board not as squares but as possibility. White pieces fell. Black pieces moved. Ron's commands came faster, more confident, his voice steady even as the game grew more complex. The endgame came and Ron went still. Quiet for a long moment, staring at the board with an expression Harry recognized, the expression of someone who saw the winning move and didn't like the cost. Ron. Hermione's voice was tight. I have to sacrifice myself, Ron said. Calm. Decided. The knight. That's the move. I advance, the queen takes me, and Harry's free to checkmate the king. No, it's the only move, Hermione. Ron looked at Harry. It's not going to kill me. The pieces knock you out, it's not lethal. I'll be fine. You don't know that. I know chess. Ron managed a grin, shaky but real. Trust me. Harry looked at his friend. At the boy who'd chosen to be here, who'd insisted on coming, who was now offering to take a hit so Harry could advance. Brave. Gryffindor. Magnificent. Do it, Harry said. Ron advanced. The White Queen turned, raised her stone arm, and struck. Ron crumpled to the ground, unconscious, and Hermione made a sound, half gasp, half scream, but Harry was already moving. 3 steps forward. The Black King's crown fell to the chessboard with a clang that echoed through the chamber. Checkmate. The pieces parted. The way was clear. Harry knelt beside Ron, felt his pulse, steady and strong, felt the magic of the enchantment holding him in a sleep that was deep but safe. He's fine, Harry told Hermione. Just unconscious. He'll wake in an hour. He stood. Stay with him. Harry, Hermione. His voice was gentle but final. What's ahead is between me and Voldemort. I need you here, with Ron, safe. Not because you can't handle it, because I need to know you're safe so I can focus on what I'm about to do. She stared at him. Eyes bright, jaw tight, fists clenched at her sides. Then she nodded, once, sharp. Come back. I will. Promise. He smiled at her. The real one, warm, human, full of something that hell had never taught him but these 2 impossible people had. I promise. He walked on. The next chamber was already cleared, a troll, even bigger than the Halloween one, unconscious on the floor. Quirrell's work. Harry stepped over it and continued to a room lined with bottles and a sheet of parchment. A logic puzzle, Hermione would have loved it, that Harry solved in 30 seconds and drank the correct potion without hesitation. Through black fire. Down a corridor. And then, the final chamber. It was circular, high-ceilinged, and dominated by a single object, the Mirror of Eriste. Harry recognized it immediately, the same mirror, the same inscription, the same pull of desire and reflection. But now it was positioned at the room's center, and standing before it with his back to Harry was Quirrell. Without his turban. The back of Quirrell's head was wrong. Visible even from this distance, a face pressed into the skull, features distorted and stretched like something growing out of the bone. Pale skin, red eyes, a lipless mouth. Voldemort. Not a metaphor. Not a sensation. A literal face growing from the back of a man's head. Quirrell was staring into the mirror, muttering frantically. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but how do I get it? Use the boy, whispered the face. The voice was thin and cold and carried distance, the sound of something speaking from very far away through a very narrow channel. Use the boy isn't here, master, he's standing right behind you. Quirrell spun. His wand came up, his face a mask of terror and desperation and the particular mania of a man who'd given everything to something that was eating him alive. He saw Harry and his hand shook, actually trembled, the wand tip wavering. Harry stood in the chamber's entrance. Hands in his pockets. Smiling. Good evening, Professor, Harry said. I see you've lost your hat. Potter, Quirrell's voice cracked. How did you, your protections were meant for students. I'm something else. Harry walked forward. Casual. Easy. The way Alastor walked into rooms, owning the space before the space knew it had been claimed. I know what you're looking for. I know what's in the mirror. And I know what's on the back of your head. Quirrell flinched. The face, Voldemort's face, hissed. Let me speak to him. Let me speak to him. Master, turn around. Quirrell turned. Slowly. And Harry faced Voldemort directly, those red eyes, that flattened nose, that mouth that was barely a mouth. A soul fragment wearing a man's skull like a mask. In hell, Harry had seen worse. Had fought worse. Had dined with worse. Harry Potter, Voldemort breathed. The red eyes studied him with hungry intensity. The boy who lived. Come to die. No, Harry said. Come to watch you fail. There's a difference. Brave words for a child. Accurate words from someone who's been waiting for you to get here all year. Harry took another step forward. The temperature in the room shifted, dropping, but not from cold. From pressure. From the weight of something filling the space that shouldn't fit inside it. You've been very boring, you know. The troll. The broom. The skulking. I expected more from the wizard who terrorized Britain. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You know nothing of me, boy. I know everything about you. You're a soul fragment, barely a ghost, really, riding a dying man because you're too afraid of oblivion to let go. You want the stone because it's your only path back to a body, and you want a body because being this, Harry gestured at the grotesque face, is agonizing. You're in pain. You're desperate. And desperation has made you sloppy. The red eyes blazed. How dare, I grew up in hell, Harry said, and let the words land. Let them detonate. Watched Voldemort's expression shift, confusion first, then recognition, then something Harry had been waiting to see all year. Fear. You, that's not, Voldemort's voice lost its composure for just an instant. That's impossible. The dimensional barrier that you've been scratching at. The veil between life and death that you've been picking apart for 50 years trying to find immortality. Harry's smile widened. I grew up on the other side of it. I've seen what's waiting for you there. And you should know, they've heard of you. Tom Riddle. The boy who was so afraid of dying that he tore his own soul into pieces. The demons find it hilarious. Do not call me by that name, the scream was raw. Unhinged. Voldemort's face contorted and the room trembled, magical energy spiking, Quirrell's body jerking like a puppet with tangled strings. Dark magic poured off of them both, wild and unfocused and violent. Harry didn't move. Didn't flinch. Stood in the center of that storm of dark energy and let it wash over him like wind. Like nothing. Like the tantrums of a child compared to what he'd grown up with. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked. Kill him now. Quirrell spun back around, wand raised, mouth opening for a curse. Harry moved. Not fast, instant. One moment he was standing 5 meters away, the next his hand was on Quirrell's wand arm, grip iron tight, and where his skin touched Quirrell's skin something happened. Quirrell screamed. Not a human scream, a sound of absolute, fundamental wrongness, of two things touching that should never meet. Where Harry's hand gripped, Quirrell's skin was blistering, cracking, disintegrating. Smoke rose from the contact point, black and acrid, and Harry could feel it, his mother's protection, the ancient love magic that had saved him as a baby, still active, still burning, reacting to Voldemort's presence like acid on infected flesh. Harry held on. That's my mother's magic, Harry said, voice perfectly calm over Quirrell's screaming. Her sacrifice. Her love. You killed her for it, and it's still fighting you 15 years later. He tightened his grip. More skin crumbled. You never stood a chance against it, Tom. Love magic is the one thing you can't understand, can't counter, can't corrupt. And I am made of it. Release him. Voldemort screamed from the back of the crumbling head. Release, Harry let go. Quirrell stumbled back, clutching his ruined arm, whimpering. The flesh where Harry had touched was gone, just gone, turned to ash, revealing the bone beneath. But it wasn't just the touch damage. Quirrell was falling apart. The magic sustaining him, Voldemort's parasitic hold, was dissolving. Harry's touch had disrupted it, broken the connection, started a cascade that, Quirrell fell to his knees. His body was crumbling. Disintegrating from the point of contact outward, skin turning to dust, the underlying structure failing. And from the collapsing form, something rose, dark mist, spectral, screaming. Voldemort's spirit, torn from its host, formless and writhing, and Harry raised his hand. The static exploded. Not contained this time, not polite, not restrained, not the background hum he'd maintained for months. The full force of what he was, 10 years of Hell's influence, Alastor's teachings, the radio demon's resonance woven into his magical core. It poured from him in waves, visible now, black-red static lightning that crackled across the chamber walls, that turned the air to something thick, that made reality itself bend slightly around him like space around a collapsing star. Voldemort's spirit recoiled. The dark mist contracted, trying to flee, trying to go up, out, anywhere. No, Harry said. Just that. One word. And his magic gripped. The spirit stopped. Held in place by something it couldn't see, couldn't fight, couldn't comprehend. Voldemort, formless, bodiless, trapped, screamed on a frequency that normal ears couldn't hear, but that made the mirror of Erist crack from edge to edge. Harry walked forward. The static swirled around him like a cloak, like wings, like the shadow of something much larger than an 11-year-old boy. He stood before the trapped spirit and looked into it, into the fragment of Tom Riddle that had sacrificed everything for immortality and achieved only this. Listen to me, Harry said. His voice was layered again, doubled, but this time the undertone wasn't just static. It was broadcast. Carried on a frequency that the spiritual could hear, that penetrated the formless, that reached into whatever passed for Voldemort's consciousness and imprinted. You are going to leave. You are going to run. And you are going to remember this moment for however long your miserable existence continues. The spirit writhed. Fought. Couldn't move. I am Harry Potter. Son of Lily and James. Son of Alastor. Raised in the pit. Touched by love and shaped by hell. And if you come back, if you find a body, if you gather your followers, if you ever threaten the people I care about, the static peaked. The room went dark except for Harry's eyes, glowing green, and the crackling energy that wreathed his form. I will not stop you from dying. I will drag you to hell myself. And I will introduce you to my father. And trust me, Tom, he's the one you should be afraid of. He released his grip. Voldemort's spirit fled. Exploded outward, through the ceiling, through the stone, through the wards, a shriek of raw terror doppling into the distance as it ran and didn't stop running. Harry felt it go, felt the presence that had lurked in the castle all year vanish like smoke in a gale, and the pressure in the room dropped, and the static faded, and Harry was just Harry again. 11 years old. Slightly out of breath. Smiling. Quirrell's body was dust on the floor. Nothing left but robes and ash and the lingering smell of decay. Harry looked at it and felt something. Not guilt, exactly. The man had been dead already, had been dying for months, had chosen this path. But something adjacent to sorrow. A waste. A life consumed by something that didn't deserve it. I'm sorry, Harry said to the dust. You deserved better than him. The silence was enormous. The cracked mirror reflected Harry's face back at him, just his face this time, no desires, no family. Just a boy in a dark room who had just faced a dark lord and won without casting a single spell. Then the mirror pulsed. Once. And something appeared in Harry's pocket, small, heavy, warm. He reached in and pulled out a red stone, perfectly smooth, glowing faintly with internal fire. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry stared at it. Eternal life. Unlimited gold. In his hand. Right there. He thought about it for exactly 3 seconds. Then he pocketed it and turned to leave. He'd give it to Dumbledore. Not because he was told to, because he didn't need it, didn't want it, and leaving it in a cracked mirror in an unguarded room was stupid. Someone responsible should have it. Or destroy it. He didn't particularly care which. He walked back through the chambers. Past the logic puzzle room, past the unconscious troll, past the chessboard where Ron was sitting up, rubbing his head, looking dazed. Hermione was beside him, wand out, face drawn with worry that transformed into overwhelming relief the instant she saw Harry. Harry! She was on her feet, running, and then her arms were around him, tight, fierce, shaking slightly. Harry hugged her back. Over her shoulder, Ron grinned at him, pale but alive. "You're okay," Hermione said into his shoulder. You're okay, I told you I would be." "I know, but," she pulled back. Looked at his face. "Is it done?" "It's done. Quirrell's dead. Voldemort's spirit fled. The stone is in my pocket." He pulled it out, showed them. Ron's eyes went round as saucers. "I'm giving it to Dumbledore." "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione breathed. "The actual, Harry, that's worth nothing to me." He pocketed it again. "Can you walk?" This to Ron, who was getting unsteadily to his feet. "Yeah." Heads ringing, but yeah. The Queen hit like a bloody freight train. Ron swayed, steadied. "What happened down there?" "With Quirrell?" "I'll tell you. But not here. Let's go." They went. Back through the trapdoor, Harry levitated all 3 of them up through the opening, past the Cerberus, still cowering, through the locked door, into the 3rd-floor corridor. The castle was dark and quiet. No alarms, no running teachers. Whatever had happened in the chamber hadn't triggered the wider wards, or if it had, no one was responding yet. They made it to the 2nd floor before running into someone. Dumbledore. The headmaster was striding up the corridor with speed that belied his age, robes flying, wand in hand, face set with an urgency that Harry had never seen on him before. He saw the 3 of them and stopped dead. "Harry." His eyes swept over them, cataloging, assessing. Landing on Harry's face, reading something there. "You went after it." "He went after it first. I followed." "Quirrell." "Dead. Disintegrated. The protection my mother gave me, it destroyed him on contact. His body couldn't survive being touched by someone carrying her love magic." Dumbledore closed his eyes. Just for a moment, a breath, a prayer, a moment of something that looked like grief and relief in equal measure. "And Voldemort?" "Fled. His spirit form, I held it, spoke to it, and let it go." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "I wanted him afraid. I wanted him running. Dead ends things. Fear prevents things." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then, "That is either the wisest or the most dangerous strategy I've ever heard from someone your age." "Probably both." "Probably both." Dumbledore looked at Ron and Hermione, Ron leaning on Hermione slightly, both of them pale and exhausted and alive. "You 3. Hospital wing. Now. No arguments. The stone." Harry pulled it from his pocket, held it out. "This should be with you. Or destroyed. I don't care which." Dumbledore took it. His fingers closed around the red stone and something complicated passed across his ancient face. "I'll speak with Nicholas. This has gone on long enough, perhaps." He pocketed the stone and looked at Harry again, really looked, with those piercing blue eyes, seeing all of it. The static. The smile. The boy who'd walked into hell's equivalent of a final boss fight and walked out without a scratch. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me. Thank my mum. Her magic did the heavy lifting. Something glistened in Dumbledore's eyes. He blinked it away. Hospital wing. All three of you. That's not a request. They went. Madame Pomfrey was furious. Not at them, at the situation. At the idea that 3 first-years had faced mortal danger while the school's protections apparently did nothing. She ranted while she healed, checking Ron's head, mild concussion, easily fixed, examining Hermione, stress and magical exhaustion from worry, and then turning to Harry, wand out, ready to diagnose. She stopped. Looked at her readings. Looked again. You're not injured. No. At all. No. You faced, whatever you faced, and came out without a scratch. I had advantages, Harry said mildly. Pomfrey stared at him for a long moment. Then she threw her hands up, muttered something about demon-raised children and impossible situations, and gave him chocolate anyway because it can't hurt. They were kept overnight. Harry didn't mind, the hospital wing was quiet, the beds were comfortable, and Ron and Hermione were on either side of him. Safe. Alive. His. In the dark, after Pomfrey had retired to her office, Ron whispered, Harry. Yeah. What you did down there. With Voldemort's spirit. Holding it. Threatening it. A pause. That wasn't wizard magic. Was it? No. That was something else. Something I learned in hell. Harry stared at the ceiling. My father taught me that the most powerful weapon isn't force, it's presence. The ability to fill a space so completely that nothing else can exist in it without your permission. What I did to Voldemort wasn't a spell. It was just, me. Being what I am. And what I am is something he's never encountered before. Is he really going to come back? Eventually. He has other Horcruxes, pieces of his soul hidden in other places. As long as those exist, he can't truly die. He'll find a way back. It might take years. But he'll come back. And you'll be ready. Harry turned his head. Looked at Ron in the darkness, loyal, brave, choosing this. Choosing to be next to the dangerous thing because the dangerous thing was his friend. We'll be ready. From the other side, Hermione's voice, soft, determined, all three of us. Harry smiled. The static hummed, warm and quiet, and the radio on his nightstand played 3 soft notes of jazz that no one else could hear. The last weeks of term passed in a blur of exams, sunshine, and the kind of giddy relief that comes after surviving something you weren't sure you'd survive. The school buzzed with rumors. Quirrell had disappeared, his quarters cleared overnight, a brief announcement that he'd left for personal reasons. Nobody believed it. Everyone had theories. The truth was both simpler and more impossible than any of them. Harry sat his exams and scored top marks in everything, not because he'd studied harder than everyone else, but because 10 years of magical education in hell had given him a foundation that first-year coursework couldn't challenge. Hermione was a close second in most subjects and first in history of magic, which Harry had barely paid attention to all year. She was gratifyingly smug about it. Ron passed everything comfortably, which was all he wanted. Neville scraped through potions by the skin of his teeth, largely because Harry had been tutoring him since January without telling anyone. Draco, across the house divide, performed excellently, and sent Harry a brief nod across the Great Hall when results were posted. Acknowledgement. Respect. The beginning of something. The end-of-year feast was Gryffindor-themed. They'd won the House Cup, partly on the strength of the points Harry had accumulated through the year and partly because Dumbledore awarded last-minute points for outstanding courage in the face of extraordinary danger, that tipped the scales. Harry thought this was slightly unfair to the other houses and said so, but nobody seemed to care. The Great Hall was decked in red and gold. Students cheered. Food appeared in impossible quantities. And at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by people who'd gone from strangers to family in 9 months, Harry ate and laughed and belonged in a way that hell, for all its comforts, all its familiar darkness, had never quite provided. After the feast, he found a quiet spot on the grounds, a bench overlooking the lake, the last of the evening's sun turning the water to copper. He pulled out the radio. "Dad." The static resolved instantly. "Harry. Congratulations, I felt the shift weeks ago. The parasitic presence is gone." "You did it." "I did." "How?" Harry told him. All of it, the chambers, the mirror, the confrontation. Quirrell's disintegration. The spirit held in place by Harry's will. The threat delivered. The release. Alastor was quiet when Harry finished. Not his usual quiet, not the pregnant pause before a punchline or a performance. Genuine quiet. Thinking quiet. "You let him go," Alastor said finally. "Yes. Most people wouldn't have. Most people think in the short term. And you?" "I'm thinking about the war that's coming. 5 years, 10 years, whenever he gets a body back. When that happens, I want him afraid. I want his followers to see their master flinch when my name is spoken. I want the legend of tonight to grow and mutate and become something so much bigger than what actually happened that by the time he faces me again, he's already half defeated." Harry watched the sun sink lower. "You taught me that. I taught you to be an entertainer." Alastor's voice carried something raw, pride, yes, but also something Harry rarely heard. Something vulnerable. "You taught yourself to be a leader. Those are different things." "Are they?" "The best leaders are entertainers. But not all entertainers lead." A pause. Then, softer, "I'm proud of you, Harry. Not because you won, I expected you to win. But because you chose how to win. That's the part that matters. That's the part that makes you mine." Harry's throat tightened. Just slightly. Just for a moment. "I'm coming home for the summer." "Home." The delight in Alastor's voice was immediate and absolute. "You're coming home. To hell. For a few weeks. Then the Weasleys have invited me for the rest of the summer. But I want to come home first. I miss," he stopped. Started again. "I miss you." The radio was quiet for 3 beats. Then Alastor laughed, that full, genuine, delighted laugh that filled every frequency with warmth. "I'll prepare your room. I'll cook jambalaya. I'll clear my schedule. Well, no I won't, the show must go on, but I'll rearrange it. Harry, my boy. My wonderful, terrifying, magnificent boy. Come home. See you tomorrow, Dad. See you tomorrow. And Harry? Yeah. Bring your friends sometime. I want to meet the humans who voluntarily stand beside you. They must be extraordinary." Harry laughed. "They are. You'll love them. I love very few things, Harry. But if they love you," the static softened to something almost gentle. "Then yes. I probably will." The radio went quiet. Harry sat on the bench and watched the sun set behind the mountains and thought about the year, about everything that had happened, everything that had changed, everything that was still coming. Voldemort was out there, running, afraid. The Ministry knew what Harry was and couldn't touch him. Dumbledore respected him without trying to control him. His friends were alive and loyal and choosing him every single day. And next year would be different. The secrets were out. The games were done. When Harry came back to Hogwarts in September, he wouldn't be a mystery anymore. He'd be a known quantity, a boy raised in hell who'd faced the Dark Lord at 11 and walked away smiling. The fear and fascination would be different. The stakes would be higher. The enemies would be smarter. Good. He'd been raised on higher stakes and smarter enemies. Harry. He turned. Ron and Hermione were walking toward him across the grounds, side by side, arguing about something, probably exams, possibly lunch, could be anything, lit by the dying sun in a way that made them look golden and warm and achingly, beautifully mortal. "There you are," Hermione said, reaching the bench. "We've been looking everywhere. Train leaves in the morning and you haven't packed." "I don't need to pack. I'm not taking the train." "What?" "I'm going home first." "To hell. Through a dimensional tear." He said it so casually that both of them just stared for a moment. "I'll come to the burrow in 2 weeks, Ron. If your mum will still have me." "She's already knitting you another jumper," Ron said. "You're family now, mate. That's permanent." Family. The word hit different than it used to. It used to mean one thing, Alastor, the tower, hell's familiar darkness. Now it meant more. Now it meant Ron and Hermione and Neville and McGonagall and the Weasley family he hadn't met yet and a castle in Scotland that breathed magic and a world full of living people who were fragile and stupid and brave in his. "Come sit," Harry said. "Watch the sunset with me." They sat. 3 on a bench, shoulders touching, watching the sky turn from gold to rose to purple. No one spoke for a long time. They didn't need to. The silence between them was comfortable and full and alive with everything they'd survived together. "Harry?" Hermione said eventually, as the first stars appeared. Next year. Whatever happens, whatever comes, together," Harry said. "Together," Ron agreed. Hermione leaned her head against Harry's shoulder. Ron's arm came around behind them both. And Harry sat between his friends on a bench by a lake in the fading light and smiled, not the performance smile, not the predator smile, not the radio demon's legacy, just a smile. Simple. Happy. Human. The radio in his pocket played soft jazz. The castle glowed warm behind them. The stars came out one by one. And somewhere, in a dimension below, or beside, depending on your cosmological framework, the radio demon hummed along to his own broadcast and smiled his eternal smile and waited for his boy to come home. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Students packed trunks, said goodbyes, made promises to write. The castle emptied slowly, like water from a bath, flowing down corridors, through the entrance hall, into carriages and boats and eventually onto the scarlet train that would carry them back to London and normalcy and the world that didn't know what lived inside these walls. Harry stood in the entrance courtyard and said his goodbyes. Neville first, a firm handshake, a promise to write, a quiet, "thank you for everything," that Harry accepted with a nod. Dean and Seamus, waves, grins, the easy affection of dorm mates who'd become comfortable with each other. The Weasley twins, who attempted to prank Harry one final time and found their prank redirected back at them with interest, which they accepted with howling laughter and genuine admiration. Then Draco, who appeared at the edge of the crowd, caught Harry's eye, and walked over with the deliberate pace of someone making a statement. "Potter. Malfoy. My father's going to try again. Next year. He doesn't lose gracefully. Neither do I." Draco almost smiled. "Have a good summer." "You too, Draco. Try to think for yourself occasionally. You're good at it." A flicker of something genuine, surprise, maybe, or gratitude, and then Draco's mask was back and he was walking toward the Slytherin carriages, spine straight, head high. Different than September. Changed. Not finished changing. Ron's goodbye was brief and physical, a hug, rough and genuine, the kind boys gave when they'd been through war together and came out the other side still standing. 2 weeks, Ron said. Then the burrow. Don't be late. I won't. And don't do anything stupid in hell. Everything in hell is stupid. It's the point. Ron grinned, clapped him on the shoulder, and jogged toward the carriages where his brothers were loading trunks. Hermione was last. She stood in front of Harry with her trunk beside her and her cat basket in one hand and her face doing that thing where she wanted to say something important and couldn't find the right words. "I'll miss you," she said finally. Simple. Direct. The way she did everything. "I'll miss you too. Write to me. Can owls reach hell? Apparently they can. My Hogwarts letter managed it." She laughed. Then she stepped forward and hugged him, tight, brief, fierce. "Be safe. Be brilliant. That's never been a problem." She pulled back, smiled, and was gone, walking toward the carriages with her trunk rolling behind her and her spine straight and her head full of everything she'd learned this year, which was so much more than magic. Harry watched them all go. Watched the carriages depart, the castle emptying, the grounds falling quiet. When the last carriage had disappeared down the drive, he turned and walked back into the entrance hall. The castle hummed around him, quieter now, settling into its summer sleep, ancient stones releasing the tension of 1,000 occupied rooms. Dumbledore was waiting by the main staircase. Of course he was. "Off home?" the headmaster asked. "For a bit. Give your father my regards. And tell him," a twinkle, "that if he broadcasts through my school again, I'll be forced to respond in kind. I have a wireless license from 1927 that I've never used." Harry laughed. He'd love that. He'd consider it an invitation. "I know. That's rather the point." Dumbledore smiled, that rare, genuine smile that had nothing of the chess player in it. "Thank you, Harry. For this year. For everything you brought to this school. Chaos. Life. It's the same thing, often." He extended his hand. "Until September." Harry shook it. Until September. He walked out of the castle. Down the steps, across the grounds, to the edge of the lake where the wards ended and the dimensional barrier was thinnest, where hell pressed close to the mortal world like a face against glass. Harry reached into his pocket. Touched the radio. Turned the dial all the way. The air split. Green-black fire traced a vertical line in reality, widening into a doorway, into a portal. Beyond it, red sky, distant towers, the smell of brimstone and jazz music and home. Harry looked back once. The castle stood golden in the morning sun, magnificent and ancient and full of everything he was coming back to. Friends. Purpose. A world that needed him, not as a savior, not as a weapon, but as himself. He smiled. The real one. The full one. The one that had teeth and warmth and something else behind it that the living world was still learning to understand. Then he turned, stepped through the tear between worlds, and went home. Behind him, the portal sealed. The grounds were quiet. A bird sang. The lake lapped gently at its shores. And Hogwarts settled into summer with the knowledge, deep in its ancient stones, old as the magic that built it, that its most interesting student would return. It was counting on it.